Oh, spicy. Oh man, I shouldn't be drinking, but I want to have some fun tonight. You know what I mean? Try to have some fun tonight, guys. Yeah, we're here, we're live, we're ready. Gonna get going. Nobody's here yet. I figured, oh, man. But I guess people are getting dulled out, man. Fucking, well, too much swamp monkey in 1 week. I get it, man. Too much cake and ice cream. I get it. But yeah, man, I'm here. I'm waiting for y'all, man. Where y'all at, man? Well, out here we hang. Got fireball on my lips. Fire biscuits, fireballs. Oh, wow, he's actually got 3 people watching. That's cool, buddy. How you doing, man? Honda, how you doing, man? Appreciate you stopping in. I'm not quite drunk yet, um, but I'm getting there. Trying to be careful. I won't end up puking. I mean, I only drank 1 beer. It was a tall boy, and I got the fireball. Got the fireball over here. I'm taking a little swig on that. I don't know, man. I'm just not a drinker. Not trying. Woo! Like the one beer I drank. Sorry, I apologize for the light. I'm living in my car. Been living in my car since September. Trying, this is the best I got for now. Trying to, Anyway, turn this into its own job. Yeah, my buddy at work, man. He was telling me tonight. He's like, man. He's like, I was watching you a little bit this week, and he's like, man, a couple weeks ago when you told me you wanted to be a YouTuber, he's like, man, I was like, this guy's an idiot. He's like, I actually did tune in and watch you a little bit. He's like, man, I think you actually got it, dude. He said, just keep going, keep doing your thing. And I'm like, all right, man, I'll keep, because like honestly, I don't know what else I could do for work, and it would actually be entertaining, or enjoyable. My whole life, people have been telling me, oh, you need to be a comedian. You need to be a comedian. Like, oh, you're hilarious. I don't know. But anyway, I'm not that funny right now. But I'm gonna get there. Gotta work on this a little bit. Oh, I appreciate y'all hanging out. Uh, oh man, I didn't eat too much today either, so I need to be careful. It's already been easy to make content. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Never been easy to make content. Well, I mean, that's kind of, yeah. Because I mean, I would have been making YouTube videos years ago. I just didn't know what it was I would actually even make videos on. I mean, you know what I mean? I feel like I'm living a pretty interesting life. Well, I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? You can only do so much with no money here in a consumer-based society. You know what I mean? But I don't even like making money either, man. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people, they really like making money. I don't. It's like they want it out of me. You know what I mean? So the reason I'm making money is because somebody else wants it from me. Yeah. How you doing, Santino? Appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, I hope Kev comes and hangs out with us for a little bit, man. He almost pissed me off last night, man. It's like he's like, go over Snooks' stream, and Kev's over there at Snooks' stream. He didn't even pop in and say hello here. Like, I get it, I get it. But man, like, fucking, at least come say hi, man. You're my moderator, you know. I don't know. I'll stop there. Kevin's a good guy. I think he was actually playing like CS:GO. I think he was playing CS:GO with Snooks yesterday. I think that's what it was. They were in the same headset and everything. I tried talking to Crunk, man. I don't know if you're in the Discord, you saw a little bit of it. I tried hitting him up. I was like, come on, man, come on, help me out. I don't know. He's just afraid of broadcasting for one reason or another. That's why I told him, like, man, you don't have to even show your face, man. You're just gonna be a voice, just like a radio voice, man. Just hang out. We're both drinking, shooting the shit. You know what I mean? Somebody ask a question, and which mostly people are, probably be like, "Hey man, Crunk, what'd you do for work?" He's just, he's a kitchen guy. He was the manager, and he was the kitchen manager where he's working, and he left for one reason or another. You know what I mean? But they offered him his job. I don't know. I'm not gonna get too much into it. It's his life. But yeah, he's back where he was, and then they pretty much see him as if he's the kitchen manager, but he doesn't actually carry the title of being the kitchen manager, so there's a lot less to be responsible for. You know what I mean? Hopefully, but he probably still busts ass for him. You know what I mean? He still earns his paycheck out of him, still earns his hourly pay. But yeah, he's a kitchen guy. Especially like, and he puts his commander voice on. Hope he's watching at least for a second or whatever. Um, What's up, Honda? I'm grinding out here with the Dash and Uber. Hell yeah. A shame really would be great to hear it. I know. I'm gonna keep talking to him. I'm gonna get him to do it. I tell you, I'm gonna get him to do it because it'll help out my channel. Plus, I think he could create his own channel off of it too if he wanted to. I mean, it's a lot of work, even on the back end of things. It really is. There's a lot of work to it. It's its own part-time job. If you're not willing to put the elbow grease into it on your side as a creator, it'll show. You know what I mean? Like kind of my stuff a little bit. Some of the stuff I make. It's like, is he just making a video today, or I don't know. But yeah, you know what I mean. But I bet because he's got a strong name. Like if that's actually his channel name is Crunkzilla, he got lucky. He got lucky that nobody else took the name Crunkzilla on YouTube yet. You know what I mean? And honestly, like, dude, we've been talking about making a podcast for a couple of years. Just whatever. You know what I mean? We could have different topics. I could, because it was more of like a podcast, like a drunk podcast show. I could be ready for it. You know what I mean? Instead of, what I mean? I could make questions, questions to ask Crunk, and like, what do you think about this new rocket engine or something? Just weird stuff to ask somebody while they're drunk, But he's a really intelligent person, so he might come back with something like off the wall. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. But yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm keep talking to him about it. It'll probably happen one of these days. At least like maybe just a one-time thing. So you know what I mean. Just kind of we'll keep posting. I'll keep pushing him from my angle. Now he's in the Discord chat at least. You know what I mean. So we'll be able to push him a little bit from where we are. But yeah, man, I'm liking this new one, man. This new one right here. Yeah. I'm liking it.
Beneath the neon of a closed down strip mall sign. My dashboard is my office, and I'm always on the line. Florida humidity is clinging to the glass while I watch the midnight shadows and the wealthy people pass. Got a bag of cold fries and a dream that's burning bright.
Appreciate y'all hanging out, man. Sorry for the lighting. I found a really good spot, dude. Like, this is my house. I just found the spot. Hang on. Like, I wish it was light. I can show y'all. This place is fucking perfect. It's a cul-de-sac. No house is built on it. Off this route, like this route, nobody drives down. It's like the major road that brings you to where we are. This route, nobody drives down. And in this street where I'm at, nobody lives down. And in this street, you go down another street, another bumpy ass fucking road comes back here. This spot is all freshly paved. Nice little cul-de-sac, no houses on it yet. I'm like, as soon as I saw this, I'm like, dude, nobody's already camping here? I'm like, dude, I just found my house. It's like, I pulled in. I'm like, oh my God. Because I was like halfway, I'm like, I don't want to go to the campsite. Because last Saturday I was at the campsite, and then some random ass dude showed up. Basically, I don't know. We spooked each other off. Basically, I think is what happened. But I still got too nervous to where I was like, I'm not sleeping here. I'm not, because this guy's gonna come back in like 2 hours or whatever. Because I was like, dude, I kind of got this reserved. I'm like, I'll call the cops if I have to. And then the guy's like, what do you mean call the cops? And I'm like, yeah. So I don't know. Just the way that all that happened, I was like, nah, I'm not going to sleep here tonight. So I came around the corner up to here. That wasn't here. I don't know where I went. Honestly, I don't know where. I tried to find it when I was coming here. I was trying to find where did I go last time when that guy chased me off. But I came out here and I'm like, oh shit. I found this spot. I'm gonna have to remember. I'll take a screenshot of the map or whatever. I've got it. I think it's locked in though. Like, dude, this is. I can't believe there's not somebody that like has a van that's living here. You know what I mean? This is the perfect fucking spot to come to at night. You know, and then the signal's pretty good too, man. So I'm hanging. I'm just hope I don't drink too much too fast. I've got a 4-pack of Pabst Blue Ribbon, and then I've got about that much. I was trying to get the smaller bottles. You know what I mean? The little smaller bottles of Fireball, but they didn't. I mean, but this ain't that big a bottle. I mean, you can see it's like, you know, it's not. It's a little flask, a flask of Fireball. You know what I mean? But anyway, taking a couple swigs on that. I'm already kind of feeling a little lifted, so I'm waiting to see how the effect hits me all the way, because I don't want to end up puking. Just be wasted alcohol. But I appreciate y'all hanging with me, man, and yeah, man, that's about it, man. I'm gonna keep listening to this. I love this new jam. This is a good one, man. Like I was trying, man. I made about 10 different songs. Y'all kind of seen a little bit, you know. I'm like, man, nothing's as good as those first two were. The ones that you sent, Noob, the funk and tropical, right? And then this one. You know what I mean? But then all these new ones it made, man, they don't hit as hell. They don't hit as hard. They really don't. This one's pretty good. It's okay, but it's not quite what the other ones are, you know. But I do love the piano because it almost reminds me of "Lean on Me." Starts out, it has that "Lean on Me." Yeah, dude, this one's good. But then it made some shit too. I was like, this one's not as good. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, I don't know. I tried to, I put slow, dark country. I think that's what I hit, for the mood to be slow, dark, and I think melancholic, I think is what I hit. Slow, dark, melancholic country song. And then that's what it came back. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just have. I was noticing that now. I'm like, man, I paid $20 for this, and now it's making bullshit compared to what it did. It's like, damn. Some of the instrumentals it made were pretty good. Because I don't know, for some reason I had the idea. I'm like, let me like over describe. Let me put as much description as I possibly can, and then tell it that I want an instrumental, right? No lyric. Just like see what it does. Like a little hiccup or something, it'll trip over itself real quick. You know what I mean? It's like whatever. It's instrumental. Give them like fucking 5 paragraphs of information instead of just like 2 sentences, and then just ask for an instrumental. I thought it was funny. Santa's breaking down on a camel's back. Crips in the city don't know how to act. All right. Anyway, appreciate y'all stopping in and hanging out for a minute. Yeah, the view time's been going. It's even crazier than I thought. It's even crazier than I thought. We're like almost like 700 hours. I mean, you know what I mean, but still, like 628. Some of the older days are starting to disappear now. Last 28 days, I'm almost at 700 hours of view time, which that's crazy. You know what I mean? Thank y'all, because I know, loyal fan number wise hasn't really gone up. I've got a couple more subscribers. I mean, to me, it's been sitting around. It got over 500. I remember you helping me out, Noob. We got over 500, and then they took away those subscribes that you gave me. They took them away like a couple hours later. But anyway, I made it up to made it over 5. Went to like 516, and then went to 520. It's been sitting at 525 for a minute. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's okay. It's all right. Yeah. But anyway, I think it's because YouTube trying like my channel maybe growing too fast or so, I don't know. But I've seen other channels that are growing faster than mine, way faster than mine. So I don't know. I think it's a more of a wholesome family values thing, which I can get. You know what I mean? But whatever. So yeah, just thank y'all, the people that have been watching. I've been watching about as hard as y'all have. You know what I mean? It's like I've been, with my other devices and stuff. I've been going to sleep watching my videos on both devices, and you know what I mean, trying to push up at least the hour watch time. But it's getting to the point it's starting to not even validate my own hours watching, which sucks. Because you know what I mean? Like time watched should be time watched, because even if I'm watching my own stuff, if I'm watching my own stuff for 100 hours a week, that could ultimately be 100 hours of ad that they could be throwing at me. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know. But anyway, yeah, for one reason or another, I don't know. But thank y'all. I mean, I'm at like 686 hours total watch time in the last 28 days, which is, big improvement. It's gone up a lot from where it was. But yeah, we'll just keep doing our thing. We'll keep pushing it. And hopefully I find more people that are on board, want to see, the homeless man actually succeed, and like, I don't know. So I'm thinking today, dude, I had the idea. This lady had written on the back of her car. I guess she saw my stuff. Yeah, I guess because we're in the same town. You know what I mean? But anyway, I don't know for sure. But anyway, she had support a future nurse on the back of her car, like a QR code or whatever. And I was like, huh. Like I was thinking, the first thing I thought, I'm like, I wonder if I could start saying that, like I'm a future nurse, like just say like, oh yeah, like I plan on going to nursing school, just keep saying that forever. It's just like I'm a future. It hit me. I was like, wait a minute, I could do better than that. I'm like, what if I were to be a future real estate agent, a homeless man that inspires to be a real estate agent? You know what I mean? And plus, I'm like, I feel even worse comes to worse, right? What do you have to do to get a realtor's license? You probably pay. That's probably all it is. You probably have to pay to be, and you have like an 8-hour or 16-hour course or whatever, and then you probably pay to be a real estate agent, basically. You know what I mean? And then even if I were a real estate agent and not even sell to anybody, but like I could be my own real estate agent, purchase land off of an owner without needing a realtor in the way, because I'm my own real estate agent. Kind of like they say, you don't want to represent yourself in court, even if you are a lawyer yourself. You want to have somebody else represent you. It just looks better in court, right? But like, I think the reason you can't act as your own realtor is because you don't have a real estate license to be able to do that. That's why you have to fall back on the realtor. But I think if I were a realtor, if I were to go to school to get a real estate license, I think one, it'd be funny being a homeless person and being a real estate agent, right? And then two, I think I could find a better deal on a house, or at least save that 2 or 3% that you pay a realtor, one way or the other, because I would be my own realtor on that transaction. You know what I mean? I'm basically cutting out the middleman. So even if I didn't use the real estate license for anything after that, you know what I mean? I think it'd be a funny ass fucking video too. Like, y'all been hanging out since the beginning, and you see this homeless dude become a real estate agent. You know what I mean? And then I could use YouTube to even help sell the houses even. You know what I mean? Like, just do a video tour of the house, right? Me talking about, me. And since I'm a swamp monkey, I don't mind getting dirty, doing certain scrubby stuff, So I could be like, hey, I'm in the crawl space. I'm going to show y'all what the crawl space looks like underneath the house. You know what I mean? Or I'm up in the attic. I'm going to show y'all how well the attic's put together up here. You know what I mean? Looking into, I don't know, basically going like inspector level to be, I don't know. And that'd be stupid, just an idea. You know what I mean? But honestly, I don't know. I don't think it would be really. It's not. I don't think it's a eight. I don't. It's not like getting a welding degree where it's 8 months. Of night school. I've seen my buddy do it. You know what I mean? He went through night school for like 8 months. It was like 5 hour classes he had to do 5 nights a week, something like that, to get the amount of hours that he needed to be certified. You know, to get the certification in welding. He could miss a couple of days. It was all built in the schedule of everything. Like, you have to be here X amount of days. We're gonna give you 90 days, and then you only need 84, one way or another. So you could miss 6 days of the program somehow and still get your certification. So, you know what I mean? But I bet being a real estate agent is probably less in depth than being a welder, because I mean, you know, versus being a welder or a real estate agent, like, how much is there to really teach to being a real estate agent? Like, people just come, like, I don't know, people, you do all your shopping online nowadays. Like, you shop for a house online, and then you contact the real estate agent, and then they contact the seller of the house, and then they'll schedule a time when it's okay. Let's say if the house is full, you know what I mean, somebody already living in the house, you schedule a time between them and basically all you work, you're basically just a booking agent, basically. you know Taco gave me the free large sub because I asked nicely. I've been DoorDash as an Uber Eats for the last 5 hours. Hell yeah. What are you at after 5 hours out there in Wyoming? I'm curious. Taco Bell gave me a free large soda because I asked nice. That's cool, man. I ask him to, like, I don't know. I don't know. I usually just, because it's only like 80, it's like 85 cents to get a Polar Pop, but whatever. You know what I mean? It's not like $3 to get a fountain drink somewhere. So I just pay for it. We're already in the fountain of youth. The water's free. I can understand them wanting 85 cents for the sugar. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, and it's way better than just drinking flat out water. Anyway, yeah, I haven't drank that much. I got one tall boy and then this much, and y'all probably already hear I'm a little buzzed. I'm gonna take another swig here in a second, but I'm kind of, I got that gag reflex feeling kind of thing. I was waiting for that gag reflex feeling to go away, and then I'm gonna take another swig on this. But yeah, them fucking Pat's Blue Ribbons. Oh my god, they must have been on the shelf for like 3 years or something. They taste, ugh, ugh. It tastes worse than uh the fucking Hurricanes, the malt liquor of the Hurricanes, or the state tastes worse than Steel Reserve. These Pat's Blue Ribbons taste worse than fucking Steel Reserve for some reason. I don't know what it is. But yeah, do me a favor, double tap on the screen if you haven't yet. Help me out. Help me to, help us try to find new people, more viewers, that kind of thing. But I appreciate it. I hate even having to ask, but like, I feel like I'm just reminding them real quick. You know what I mean? People forget. But yeah, like basically any video you see me make, just go ahead and like it, because it's gonna help the algorithm push it. This last video I made, like Chronicles episode 41, the YouTube is not recommending it to anybody. I've already kind of been watching that, and I don't know. I tried to pump up the numbers on it by viewing it myself a bunch. You know what I mean? Like, look at, I got, like, I don't know, got a couple different accounts, basically. You know what I mean? But anyway, with all these different accounts, I tried pumping up the numbers on it to view it up higher in a shorter amount of time. So, you know what I mean? But they're just not recommending it to a new crowd of people. I don't know why, but in the first 5 minutes, there's no cursing. You know what I mean? Because really, they got a rule about like the first 5 minutes. Like, you have to be really, really over on your P's and Q's and stuff. But I know, yeah, like the first 5 minutes, there's no cursing in it. So unless they had a problem with me being shirtless, which I don't think so, you know what I mean? You can't even see my nipples. It's like, but it's like, you know what I mean? I feel like I need to take that out of the intro video, because I'm gonna lose people like right in the intro video. They're gonna be like, ugh. So I don't know, but I figured it'd be funny to put in there for just a quick second. You know what I mean? Just like it's shirtless, like staring at the camera. Like, I don't know. I thought it was funny though. Anyway, I appreciate y'all's support, man. The view time is really going up, regardless of what that Lotus Discets wants to say. Because honestly, yeah, it's crazy. Like 128% increase From this 28-day period, from the last 28-day period, YouTube, I don't know, YouTube in a way they count the months as 28 days for, I don't know if maybe they make it where it's like 13 months, 13 months of 28 days. That's how they do that. You know what I mean? It just balances out better. I don't know how exactly that all works, but I'm learning. You know what I mean? Try well, So as I learn, I'm forgetting other stuff. So, you know what I mean? Eventually, all I'll know is YouTube. But honestly, I was thinking this for years, man. YouTube could, in a way, I bet they could put an online class onto YouTube. You know what I mean? Like there could be like a whole YouTube university where you could do like you attend lectures through like a live lecture with your professor on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't even need to go to phoenix.edu or you know what I mean? I can't even think in all these different school sites, right? They could exist through YouTube, like any kind of like you could use YouTube as an online school, in a way, and then actually get a credit for it. You know what I mean? Not just because you're just doing a little research on the side, but you could watch YouTube and then literally get a college credit out of it. You know what I mean? You might have to take quizzes and stuff, proof that you know the knowledge that you've watched 24 hours of something and then you take the test on it. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, could you imagine? Because I mean, anything you can get an accreditation through just viewing, I feel like YouTube, they ought to jump on that, like maybe it's too much for them though. You know what I mean? They don't, maybe because it's already so big of a company because it's owned by Google and stuff too. Like the government won't allow them because, like PepsiCo for a while, PepsiCo was getting so big that the government had to step in and be like, yo, y'all got to sell some of this stuff off. Like you can't control 30% of the grocery store, you know, or whatever, but yeah, I don't know, I had an economics teacher that was telling me about that. Like PepsiCo got so big that they had to like split, basically. Like Frito Lay is technically owned by Pepsi, and like obviously Taco Bell, KFC, Pizza Hut are technically owned by Pepsi. They had a lot under their repertoire. But yeah, you can also get YouTube certifications. Also, man, that's a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they're missing a market because there's a lot of people that YouTube is like a school, you know what I mean, or you probably learned more on YouTube than you did in school. Some of us, you know what I mean. It's crazy. That's how little that at least when I was in school, that's how little the teachers actually did, because they were more or less transitioning into babysitters at the time or something. I don't know exactly what it was. They had this No Child Left Behind law, and so everybody got bumped up for no reason, basically. Like I don't know, they just started graduating kids for like no reason. you know Like, but anyway, man, I want to open up my own theme park. Like that's like the real big multi-trillion dollar. If I become the next Elon for some reason, I'm opening my own fucking theme park. And if I get, if I'm big enough, then fuck it, we're opening it on Mars. You know what I mean? Fuck it. It's like, we're gonna open one on Mars too. But honestly, dude, I think like fucking Swamp Monkey Island. I don't know. No, but for real, the realtor thing, I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna seriously look into that because there was one guy telling me, he's like, dude, you should sell life insurance. He's like, because he's like, listen to me. He's like, I'm in the insurance. Like, this is a good. Like, I don't know. I was paying. Let me introduce. Like, I don't know. I was panhandling at Chick-fil-A. This was a couple months ago. I was like, well, let me post up here at the Chick-fil-A because I bet people going to Chick-fil-A got money. You know what I mean? You got money. You're going to Chick-fil-A. You're not going to fucking McDonald's. You're going to Chick-fil-A, right? So I'm panhandling outside the Chick-fil-A, and I'm at least thinking like someone's gonna buy me lunch because it's a Christian restaurant. There's gonna be somebody that's a Christian person or whatever. You know what I mean? So yeah. So I'm there and post up at the Chick-fil-A. I'm waiting. It took about a half hour, 45 minutes, and this dude pulls up. And I could tell he was gonna hook me up, but he was kind of afraid to approach a homeless person. You know what I mean? So he kind of yelled, not yelled, but like he's like, "Hey man, are you hungry?" And I'm like, "Yeah, man." But anyway, we're hitting. He gets me lunch and shit. We're talking for. We spent a good fucking 2-3 hours talking, hanging out or whatever. He was trying to, help me out as far as like finding a job, this, that, and the other, and I appreciated it. You know what I mean? I took what he was saying, but what he was saying, it wasn't for me either. I'm like, that's not. I'm like, damn. I'm like, well, fuck. That's yeah. I'm like, well, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm like, I'm really wanting just like 3 10s. Fucking, they're like, I don't know. Anyway, well, the stuff he was talking about, he's like, man, he's like, what you probably should do is get into life insurance, selling life insurance. He's like, that's what I do. And he's like, it's like literally, it's like you start by selling it to your relatives and stuff like that because people like, this is what you do for your job, right? So you hit up your aunt, uncle, or your cousins, or and like, hey, like, can you buy this because this is how I get paid. You know what I mean? You can kind of guilt trip your family into paying your check for the first year, kind of, sort of. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, but I'm like, man, I don't know about life insurance. Is kind of hard to sell. It's not like selling like car insurance where it's something that you need. You technically can't drive a car without car insurance, but you can live your life without life insurance. You know what I mean? It's not, you know what I mean? You don't really need it. It just would be a benefit if something were to happen, you could be remembered, I guess, even through a little bit of monetization. But you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be remembered, you know what I mean? Whatever. But anyway, you know what I mean? But anyway, yeah, we ate lunch together. He's telling me about that. I'm like, it's like, I guess. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't, yeah, I'm like, it's still the competitiveness, trying to be a salesman. I'm not into that. I'd rather, like, how much do you need me to do? I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know. But with real estate, it's like people are gonna want to buy. You know what I mean? If fucking, and then 2% on a $400,000 house, I only really need to like make one deal happen a month. You know what I mean? Like, I could do enough legwork to make one deal happen a month. You know what I mean? I would have to look a little bit more presentable because it's like 75% of the job as a real estate agent is like looking, you know, you know what I mean? It's crazy. But yeah, it's crazy how little a real estate agent actually even fucking does. Like, how did we create that job? We don't even need it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, stupid. It's like one of them jobs that we created after we, ended women's suffrage. Basically, it's like one of them jobs that just sprang up that you're basically not even really fucking doing anything, but you're getting paid. You know. Sitting there I'll stop. Sitting there at work, tapping your foot, at your desk, tapping your foot, talking to the person next to you at their desk all day. Well, that's work somehow. All right, I'll stop. Anyway, damn, hang on a second. I gotta read these 2 paragraphs real quick. Um, you can make bank selling life insurance. I know, but but you still gotta find people to buy it though. If you don't find anybody to buy it, you're not getting paid that month. So it's kind of, I still have to be like an Uber driver in between that. You know what I mean? Like, I could, I don't know. It's like, but you know what I mean? If I could find something that I wouldn't have to do Uber driving, would be really kind of the cool, But at the same time, I'm liking the aspect of like, well, man, because I could use the Uber driving to go all across the country, like straight out, like flat out. I can make at least $100 a day if I put enough muscle into, and it don't take muscle, you know what I mean? You put enough gas, put enough use of, put enough vehicle into it. Basically, you can make 100 a day, no problem. You know what I mean? Um, Target demographic for life insurance for people that have kids. Not to burst your bubble, but people are using AI for their real estate agents. Yeah, they're cutting out the real estate agent entirely, and they're saving money that way. Right? That's the way I was thinking too. Valerie Watson, what's the scariest thing that happened to you as an Uber driver? I don't think it happens yet. I don't think it's happened yet. I think the scariest thing, I had to deliver to this dude, and he was bitching about the price on something or something. But that was before being an Uber driver. That was as a Papa John's driver, right before, because at Papa John's they were, I don't know. I tried to get a pizza delivery job at Papa John's because I used to work there as an assistant manager in the past, and I went back to it basically. And the lady that was there, she was just really tough to work with. The one lady, and she's thinking she's gonna be the district manager, right? And she's like, I don't know. She looks like a crackhead, kind of, sorta. At least like a former crackhead. At least look, she's got that look where she looks like she's done crack before at some point in her life, and she thinks she's gonna be the district manager. I'm like, okay, yeah, all you're gonna do is work hard for the next 15 years trying to get there, but hopefully it happens, you know what I mean? Hopefully, but odds are there's going to be somebody else that's going to be a better fit, or better looking candidate, and they'll get the position over her. So she's really just going to work her ass off trying to get there. But anyway, she's like the head driver. She's the head driver and an assistant manager at the store. So she thinks when the GM leaves, because the GM's like on her last rope, the GM's like almost lost all of her sanity from being there. So she thinks when the GM leaves, she's going to get the GM spot, and then she'll be that much closer to being the district manager. She's just a real tough lady to work for. I don't know. I couldn't do it. And she's like, well, we don't even need you anyway. We could just run it all through DoorDash. And I'm like, because the part of it I didn't like was not necessarily the side work. I understood that, like they're paying me to be on, if I'm inside the restaurant, I should be doing something, either, whether it's food prep or prepping boxes or washing dishes or something, you know what I mean? But they, I don't know, the way it was, they had like 3 people that were working on the line, and they wanted me to move the pizza screens back, which is like, it's the stupidest thing, really. I would do it every now and then, but still, it was like, sometimes it was like I was the only driver that was doing it. I was like, well, I'll let them sit there for a minute because there's 4 other drivers on the clock right now. You know what I mean? Just shit like that. And then she'd come back to me like, why didn't you move these pizza screens? And I'm like, because like there's 3 people on the pizza make line, plus there's someone on the oven, plus there's a bunch of other drivers here. Like, I don't understand why it boils down to being my responsibility to move these pizza screens back over. Like I'm over here, I've got the whole dish pit clean. You know what I mean? I got the whole dish pit clean. I got the dirty waters out of there. I've got fresh, clean, hot water. So the next person that comes there, there's not a bunch of fucking ham and pepperoni floating around in the water. You know what I mean? It's fresh, clean, perfect water, ready to go. Yeah, I don't know. It was just tough working there with her and everything. And I'm like, you know what? Let me just I can do the food moving part. You know what I mean? But it's like, it's dealing with everybody else at work. It's the part that I'm like, no, because it doesn't matter where you work. There's going to be somebody there that you don't like. You know what I mean? Unless you got that dream job where everybody gets along with each other and you all hang out on a Tuesday night or something. You all smoke blunts after work or whatever it is you do, that you like a team bonding kind of thing where you can avoid that. But I still bet there's going to be somebody at that job, out of the 20 people or whatever, however many people you work with, there's going to be some person you try to avoid as much as possible. You know what I mean? I don't know. And I don't know. I'm going to take some more Fireball. But yeah, like, I don't know. When I was working there and this lady tried to get in my shit, like, every chance she could, man. And I'm like, dude, I'm a pizza delivery driver. And then I used to be an assistant manager here. Like, I think I know what I'm doing. Like, can you, like, for real? But, anyway, and then she's going to the district manager and bad mouthing me, over, stupid shit, because I'm like, they didn't have cameras. That's another thing. They didn't have cameras, right? So there was nothing I could do where I could be like, well, but if you check cameras, you'll see me running around I'm here, then I'm here, then I'm here, then I'm here. You could check these cameras and see that when I'm in the restaurant, I'm moving more than anybody else in the restaurant. But I'm also a delivery driver, so I'm not in the restaurant all the time. You know what I mean? But yeah, because they didn't have accurate cameras or accurate camera angles, none of the stuff I was doing, like, they needed a camera on the dish pit, is what they needed. They needed a camera on the dish pit. They also needed a camera at the prep, where the prep gets done. You know what I mean? They also need, I don't know, it's just stupid shit like that. They had no camera angle on where it was that I was working. You know what I mean? So like everything I was doing, I couldn't get accounted for because there was no camera on me. It's fucking stupid. Personally, I love working with cameras because you can like, like fucking, even if I'm moving slow, you can at least see that I'm working because I'm on camera. I hate working a job that doesn't have accurate cameras nowadays. Like this job I've got now, we have so many money problems, so many money problems, but they won't put more cameras. All they need to do is put a few more cameras up. We'd fix our theft problem that we have going on, and we would fix our register cash drawer problem that's going on with a few more cameras. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I guess they're more or less planning on the store to close, this particular branch or whatever. They're planning on it to close. That's why they're not really trying to invest more money into it. But that's the only thing I could think of. But anyway, yeah, I was doing that for a little while. But yeah, I think the scariest thing that when I was doing that pizza delivery, there's a dude that was bitching about the pizza delivery. He was bitching about the price, and he was like, "Man, he's like, what the hell? What is the price?" And I'm like, I don't know. I was like Biden. It's like, why is the pizza so much? And I was like, I don't know, fucking Biden. And he wanted to get, because I got political while I was on a delivery. you know, I don't know. Let's just tell, like, fucking, like, you ever heard this thing called inflation? Because the dude's twice as old as me. Like, you ever heard of a thing called inflation that you're kind of, like, stuck in? But you want to blame me and tip me $1? Oh, man. That's the thing I hate, dude. Fucking people that are, like, twice my age that have less fucking common sense than me. I don't know how in the fuck you live that fucking long without getting hit by a fucking bus, not forgetting to look both ways before you cross the street. Shit like that. I don't know, dude. And this was before all the safety measures that we have in place today. With all the safety measures that we have in place today, I bet the generations, they're only gonna get fucking stupider. You know what I mean? And a case in point, like Idiocracy. We start pouring fucking Gatorade on plants and shit, Beer number 2. Here we go. We got 5 viewers hanging out pretty steady. It's been up to 7 a few times. Been 6 now. I hope there ain't nobody good above. Whoever's up above, you're not even watching. You're only flipping down. But anyway, man, we're hanging out. Just opened a second beer. It says it's Blue Ribbon, but it tastes like ass. And not even like a good ass either. Like Rakishi's ass or something. It tastes like Rakishi's ass. But there's supposed to be alcohol in it, so cheers. Kampai. 7 viewers again, hell yeah. But yeah. If those of y'all are watching me because you're trying to learn English, I'm sorry, but you're only going to learn bad English here. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. No, man. That sucks about Chuck Norris, man. Like, I can't believe Chuck Norris, man. I thought he was going to make it to 100. I thought he would. Like, if anybody could make it to 100, I thought it was going to be Chuck Norris, man. It's fucking, people are already making it to 100. I was like, man, Chuck Norris is going to be the one, he's going to do it. I mean, him and Morgan Freeman, they're going to break 100. But nope. But at least I seen the Cubs win a World Series. I mean, I didn't watch it. But at least the Cubs both the Red Sox and the Cubs won a World Series in my life. There's a lot of other people that can't say that. You know what I mean? That's cool, at least. And I'm not even a baseball fan. But still, like the fucking Red Sox won a fucking series, bro. That's fucking nuts, dude. They're probably my favorite baseball team, just because of that, dude. Just like the curse that they had, whatever whatever you want to call it. If you believe in curses, whatever. But you know what I mean. Fucking Boston Red Sox. I mean, they're not the fucking Yankees. You know what I mean? Fucking Yankees. They just got all the money. They just buy all the players they want. Oh, come on. There's no such thing as bad grammar. There's only bad spelling nowadays. Trust me. Only people, you can all that subject verb agreement stuff, or you didn't use it, you didn't use an adjective and a noun the right way or whatever. All that shit, all that grammar stuff. Nobody cares about that. Just spell correctly. Because if you spell incorrectly, someone's gonna correct you. But yeah, like, you know what I mean. We don't have to fucking have iambic pentameter when we're talking and stuff. You know what I mean. Fucking nobody even knows about that shit. You know what I mean. Subject verb agreement. Like, I don't know why they waited. They waited until fucking 11th grade. They waited until we like had one more year left of school to teach us that part of English, because it was so important, right? Because we didn't know English by high school, right? So I think honestly that was a huge waste of time to have any kind of fucking English, any kind of an English class in high school. It's a huge fucking waste of time. You read basically what I did. This is what English class was from fucking first grade till the time I graduated. Read a 5-page little short story and then answer 7 questions about the short story. And then one of those 7 questions would be author's purpose, right? And if you wrote money, author's purpose, right? So the author didn't write this because they were trying to make money. Are you telling me I'm wrong? Are you really telling me I'm wrong? Because the author didn't write this because they weren't trying to make money, and it's in a fucking textbook. Come on, man. It's like, but if I'd write money, I'd get the answer wrong. It's like, tell me that's not fucking author's purpose, dude. At least 25% of it. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. Because I'm that fucking, it's simple. It's that fucking simple. The dude was trying to make a buck, so he wrote a fucking book, and y'all were dumb enough that you put it in your fucking book. What's the author's purpose? Tell me. I don't know, shit like that. But like the majority of English class was like, read a fucking 4 or 5-page short story, and then at the end of that your textbook was just a bunch of short stories, and then questions at the end of those short stories. At least here in Florida, every single fucking every English textbook I had was read a fucking 5-page short story about some bullshit. You know what I mean? Not even not even like, I don't know, about how bats, reading a fucking 5-page short story about how bats mate or something, some stupid ass shit like that. And then answer 7 questions. And then these questions, some of the questions, there'd be 3 questions, right? They had answer questions 1 through 7. It'd be like, I don't know, written on the board or whatever. This is what you do for the day. And the teacher's in the back grading papers, half drunk or something. But anyway, the answer questions, read the story, and answer question 1 through 7, right? But then there'd be 3 or 4 questions in each one of these questions. So it's like, that's not 7 questions. That's like 22 questions, It's like some of the shit, I'm like, I don't know. But I don't honestly, I think honestly it was a huge fucking waste of time. They could have taught us woodworking, or they could have taught us, you know what I mean? They could have taught us beginning welding, or there's all kinds of shit they could have taught us instead of trying to shove more fucking English bullshit down our throat. We're already in fucking high school. If we didn't learn how to fucking speak and write English by now, we shouldn't have been promoted. It's like fucking. We shouldn't have made it out of elementary. Well, maybe you could have made it out of elementary, but you shouldn't have made it out of middle school without knowing how to fucking write. Just a waste of time, everything after that. They made us read a literacy classic and do a book report. Yeah, same shit they did. Yeah, they made me. I had to make a scrapbook. I don't know why I don't know why that's an English thing. I don't know. I had to make a scrapbook my senior year of high school, and I didn't have any. I had nothing. I had nothing where I could actually make a scrapbook. You know what I mean? But yet it's 10% of my final grade. to do this scrapbook, this senior scrapbook idea. It's really, I'm like, there was nothing that I could have done in place of that project either. You know what I mean? So I basically just had to lose on 10% of my final grade my senior year of English class in the final quarter as well. You know what I mean? Luckily, that teacher, I don't know, I barely passed that class. I got, you know what I mean? But it's not because I barely passed the class, because I didn't fucking know English. It was because it was like a lack of actual resource, you know. But anyway, yeah, fucking one thing or another. I think she passed me just because she wanted me to walk with the rest of my, she didn't want me to have to like go through summer school afterward and shit, Which I thank her for that, because the scrapbook that I did turn in was fucking bullshit, you know. But she gave me just enough high enough grade where I was able to pass the class, not have to worry about losing the credit on that and having to retake English 4 or even just the second semester of English 4. Instead, I actually got to walk with the rest of my my graduating class or whatever. But you know what I'm saying, man. It's all just horse shit either way, man. But I like short novel like Robinson Crusoe story. A lot of our parents didn't tech us enough. Yeah, a lot of our parents didn't tech us very much either. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have home internet until after I graduated high school, which could have been handy like in middle school and high school. I mean, not so much in elementary. And in elementary, I would have just been playing fucking Neopets on if I would have had fucking home internet, I would have been, but I would have been making fucking real world money off of Neopets though, because I would have been playing it that fucking hard. You know what I mean? Like, you want a starry paintbrush? That's gonna cost you 10 real world dollars, and that's a deal. Fucking, you remember Neopets? I was like right before RuneScape. No, no, yeah, I know you meant to say teach. It's all right. I just thought it was funny because I was just talking about just make sure you don't misspell something. Like your grammar really doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you used an adjective, but, instead of using a noun, or you used a noun as an adjective, or I'm not gonna fucking correct people on that kind of shit. That don't even really, fucking I am. It's the shortest sentence in the world because it has a noun. I don't know. But we're chilling. I'm glad I found this spot too, man. This is awesome. Like this is gonna be my. I'm gonna camp. I'm camping right the fuck here. I'm not gonna pop out my tent and shit and like get that comfortable, but this is definitely a place I could sleep here probably 4 out of 7 nights a week and it would not be a problem. So glad I found this spot. Yeah, I meant to say teach. Yeah, it's all right. I'm drunk. I would probably be typing so fast I wouldn't spell it correctly either. Excuse me. It's a part of drinking beer. I'm sure every other man would know, and maybe a few women. Okay. Like, I'm so glad you laughed at that, Honda, because I was thinking that too. I wasn't thinking about you specifically. I'm not gonna lie, but when I was recording that moment, I was like, I should go do this because the no dog sign, the no dogs or animal sign. I was like, well, I'm gonna go to the beach. Oh damn! Like, no dogs allowed. Now we just need a barbecue tool. Salas. Salah, say. I don't know. Slasse. Hell yeah. I'm not a fan of coleslaw, man. I'd rather have potato salad. Yeah, it's got to be some yellow. Get some yellow potato salad. You give me some white ass potato salad. You give me some potato salad. I don't have no fucking mustard in it. I ain't gonna throw it at you, but I ain't gonna eat it. I'll be like, nah, you got any mustard? And I fucking and then mix it all up. Potato salad, a good potato salad should have bacon bits, mustard, onion, green pepper, and dill relish. Like a good potato salad. And you don't have to, I mean, you don't have to use Ruskin potatoes. You don't have to use Idaho potatoes. You don't have to use golden. I'm not going to be specific on potatoes. Just as long as they were grown in the U.S. Because, I mean, just for like import reasons and stuff. You know what I mean? You don't, like, I don't want a potato from Colombia. If we could have grown one right here on our own, I don't know. We paid more to import a potato from Colombia for me to eat. I don't know. Anyway, like if I was in Ireland, I wouldn't eat a potato that wasn't fucking from Ireland. You know what I mean? Where did you get these from? They're from Germany. Nothing against Germany, because if I was in Germany, I would want to eat German potatoes. You know what I mean? Fucking all gratin potatoes are fucking, you know what I mean? Oh my god. Scallop potatoes? Oh, but yeah, man, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I can't decide between crinkle cut and shoestring fries, though. You know what I mean? Sometimes you want them both. Sometimes you want a waffle fry. Sometimes you want a curly fry. You know what I mean? Sometimes you want tater tots. You know what I mean? I've been craving tater tots for months, but I can't quite justify spending $5 on a large tater tot at Sonic. You know what I mean? That's $5. That's two McDoubles, which is it's kind of insane now. Two McDoubles is $5. McDoubles are 2 for $5, right? But you can't get a $5 tip out of people. So think about that logic, right? A McDouble, which was once $1, right? So $2, right? Two McDoubles, $2, right? Now two McDoubles is $5, and people can't tip you $5, so they can't tip you $2. People that can't tip you can't tip you $2. Basically, that's how much shit's inflated. You know what I mean? That's why I don't take less than 5. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm not doing that anymore because 5 is really 2. You know what I mean? It's sad. Go to Dollar General, get some Cajun seasoning. Oh yeah, dude, some blackening. Oh yeah, I got my own recipe for blackening. I'm good, man. I don't have any on me, but if I had a house, like one of the first things I would do is make a fuckload of blackening seasoning. Just have like a gallon-sized pickle jar of blackening seasoning. Yeah. Curly fries. Yeah, curly fries are the best, man. Curly fries and like dip them in some honey mustard. Like I used to like ketchup like when I was a kid. I used to be all about ketchup and hated mustard. Now that I'm an adult, I like mustard and then ketchup's okay. You know, yeah, like I don't not too much ketchup. No, you know what I mean. But I'll put ketchup on pizza, man. Fuck it, it's like more pizza sauce kind of. It's like a sweet pizza sauce if you put it, on a good pizza. You know, anybody that's an American, like the school pizza. Fucking pizza used to have in school some kind of, whatever it was, Tony's, or whether you had those rectangle school pizzas or whatever, think of school pizza, some ketchup on that shit. That was like I see people put ranch on there, or whatever, you know what I mean? fucking, or the cheese pretzels with cheese sauce. Oh, Jesus Christ. It became the opposite. Yeah. Like, I still, ketchup is okay. Like, I don't know. You give me a meatloaf without ketchup on it, or, at least a bottle of ketchup to go with it, it would be dry. You know what I mean? I would be like, this is dry. I need some ketchup for this. But, I ain't gonna put ketchup on a steak. The fuck? That square slice was well. The square slice as well. I hate ketchup. You ever see somebody put ketchup on a steak? Don't buy, like you go out to dinner and the girl puts ketchup on her steak. Leave. Like, well, I'm gonna use a go box for mine. I'll tell you what you do, man. The first time you take a girl out to dinner, you take her to either Taco Bell or Burger King, right? And if she very first date, take her to either Taco Bell or Burger King, right? If she want to act up at all, if she want to cause any kind of fit at all, there is no second date. Because if she can't be happy with just being able to go out to Taco Bell or Burger King when you got the money for it, like say y'all are dating in the future, she can't be happy with that, then then you already know it's bad from the start. You know what I mean? But if she go to Burger King and she's like, I want the Texas Double Whopper with a chocolate shake, she orders out, she goes all the whole nine. You know what I mean? That's okay. That's I'd rather have a woman that actually eats when she goes out to eat. You know what I mean? Because I get that. You know what I mean? It's only Burger King too, so it's like, she made me blow $30 on her. You know what I mean? Whatever. But that's, I don't know. I had a guy tell me that a while ago. He said, you take a girl out to dinner. He said, you take her out to like Burger King for the first date. And then if there's going to be a second date or not. Like, and I have had a lot of second dates, believe it or not. Excuse me. That's what poor people do. Why not a Starbucks first date? I'm not. Starbucks to me is for liberals. I'm too Republican to want to go into a Starbucks at all. You know what I mean? There's people that are kind of in the middle. They're both. You know what I mean? Not that I'm really that like right wing either, but just like look at the left. You know what I mean? Like take a hard look at the extreme leftists. You know what I mean? And I'm not a fucking hardcore Trumpeteer either. You know what I mean? I fucking hate Trump. I can't believe we voted him president twice. You know what I mean? As big of an asshole as he was through the 80s, and then kind of as much as he's kind of fucked up the housing market too and everything. I don't know why we thought he'd be a good candidate, other than, because our economy's fucked up and we needed someone that was going to help our economy because our economy is so fucked up right now. But honestly, we thought Trump was going to help it. No, come on now. Come on. For real? Come on. You honestly thought in the back of your mind Trump was going to be honestly beneficial for the economy? Come on now. Come on, bro. All he's going to do, he's going to set his family up for the next 5,000 fucking years, maybe. At minimum, like probably the next 1,000. I don't know. Maybe not. But you know what I mean? Anything can happen in just a few generations, really. If your family turns into fucking meth heads or something, you know what I mean? If you have a kid that's a meth head, it don't matter if you went to college, your family's not going to really do too well. You know what I mean? In the next timeline of things. So, I mean, you can only do so much with your, because really, like your kid, the only thing you can really do, like the only control you really have over your kid is what name you stamp on their forehead. You know what I mean? Other than that, they're their own little monster. They can tell you no. They can start smearing their shit on the wall. They are their own little monster. You're just supposed to treat them. You're just supposed to teach them right from wrong, and then also not abuse them too much. Basically, it's I don't know. Like I said, the only control you really have is what name you give it, and then after that, you think you're in control as a parent. You know what I mean? You try to keep the control as the parent. I always knew Trump was an SOB. Yeah, I mean, and like I said, you know what I mean? It really don't fucking matter who's in the seat. Our deficit is gonna go up. We're gonna keep bombing other countries. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter whether they're red or blue. It's still an asshole. You know what I mean? We're still having to vote for them, not somebody that's like a real person. You're still, I mean, it's the same people that have been in charge like since Egypt, basically the same bloodlines of the same 13 or 14 are still in control today, basically. So I mean, really, we can't. You can only move so fast. And then really, I don't know, man. They say a comet's coming in 2036 and stuff too. So you might as well live it up until then. You know what I mean? Because we don't even know what the fuck we're gonna do about that. We're trying to create a way that we can do something about that, but we honestly don't. Like we're trying to I guess we're gonna try to like Armageddon it and then put drill into it and put a nuclear bomb into the comet. Like send a crew to go up to the comet before it gets here. I guess that's our best bet because we've already done it in a movie, so we could probably take the physics and I don't know. I don't know. This is all just stuff I've heard. I don't know for sure. I haven't seen the rock coming towards us. It's not like up and up, it's not like over our head right now. Like we could look up and see it. It probably is though. But anyway, that's just one of the things I've heard. So I don't even fucking know. I'm just kind of living between now and then because it might not even fucking matter. And there's always something. There's always some, so the world's gonna end kind of thing. You know what I mean? And then nothing ever fucking happens. The world just gets dumber. But anyway, we got 5 viewers here. We are at the end of an empire. I hope so, man. Because, man, I don't know how much further we can really go. Shit, could you imagine another 250 years of America? You know what that would do to the rest of the world? Could you only fucking imagine? Man, like, honestly, like another 8 generations of Americans. Could you imagine what that would do to the rest of the world? And it's only been 8 generations. Americans have we've only been technically Benjamin Franklin was like the first American. You know what I mean? So really, fucking 8 generations or so of Americans, and we've destroyed the world this much. You know what I mean? So could you imagine another 8 generations of Americans? How much that would fucking take a toll on the rest of the planet? The way our economy works. I bet you could. I bet you could. I bet because like in the last couple of weeks, I bet you would see it. It would look like a second moon almost, probably. And then Disney, being a 33rd degree Freemason, Disney's got some plan where you know, he's got some kind of plan. I guess it's another 300 years out. They're trying to grab Titan 9, like one of the moons that's on Saturn. They want to grab that moon and then they want to pull it all the way here to Earth and use it as a moon here for Earth. So we'd have 2 moons, right? But Titan 9, they say is livable or something, even though it's way all the way out there by Saturn. It's livable where it's at over there by Saturn. There's living stuff on Titan, right? So I don't know why how tractor beam kind of, as far as I know at this point, it was a word that we have being kind of, but that's not only thing. That's what it's going to be. But anyway, it's Disney's way out there. If he stays on his timeline like he's trying to, but I think we've already broke that timeline. But yeah, I mean, we've made it to the VR goggles like he predicted. You know what I mean? So who knows? But yeah, it's kind of crazy though to think in 1976, Disney already knew about the like VR goggles were going to be a thing. Like he could see a technology that was still another 50, 40 years away. You know what I mean? That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, granted, it's kind of like yeah, you know, I mean, because I mean, you take the TV and just wrap it around your face. You know what I mean? But still, I mean, still, he thought 40 years ahead of the time that he was actually in. You know what I mean? Try thinking 40 years beyond where we are today. You know what I mean? Other than just oh, there's more electric cars. Less combustion engines and more electric cars, and the electrical grid is probably more developed. You know what I mean? I mean, granted, it's only 40 years. It's not that much further. But I mean, there's a lot of I don't know. There's a lot that's gonna happen. They say in the next 40 years too. Who knows, man? But I'm here for it. We're gonna hang out till then. Imagine you could see a big ass rock coming. They sang like that. Look what happened. The Armageddon stuff. It's literally nothing but a wind. They sang that. They sang like that. Look what happened. The Armageddon stuff. It's literally nothing but a wind. I don't know. But no, like that's how they did in Armageddon. They basically sent a team up there weeks ahead of it, like the expected date that it was going to hit Earth. They sent a team to meet it ahead of time, and they drilled a hole into it, and they put a nuclear bomb into it, and they blew it up. So that way, it was just pieces. Like it blew up, and then so most of the pieces went around Earth because of our force field and everything, the magnetic pull and all that. But some pieces did hit Earth, some smaller pieces, but a piece the size of a minivan isn't really gonna like fuck our whole atmosphere up. You know what I mean? It'll if it hits your house, you're fucked. You know what I mean? It'll probably put a hole, a crevice, or when Thor's hammer hit the ground type of shit. Stanley's going to pull it with his truck. Did we do it? I love that. That's my favorite part. Did it move? It's like, oh man. Excelsior. Cheers, Stanley. May he rest in peace. Or maybe he's already back. Maybe he's already walking somewhere on the planet. But yeah, I don't know, man. Appreciate y'all hanging, man. 6 viewers. Hell yeah. I'm a little drunk, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, let's get some more chats going. I'm almost out of stuff to talk about in my own head. But give me a wall to bounce off of, and I'll go for another 20 minutes or so. Man, I wish Crunk would have fucking been here, man. Fucking slacker. Slacker. Crunk, there would have been like 2 of us, basically. But Crunk, he's got a whole nother voice, a whole nother tone. You know what I mean? Like, you listen heavier when Crunk's talking. He's got like a commander voice. But anyway, man. Appreciate y'all being here. Another Saturday night, almost said Friday. Another Friday night, almost behind us. We're almost to Sunday. We're gonna make it. And tonight was super easy at the job. It was like free money tonight. The only hard part was the back stock. It didn't look like anybody had done back stock for a couple of days. But at least the floor looked nice. Like, not the floor like the sweeping and mopping, the floor, like the eye care, or the front facing, they call it. At when the grocery store I had, they called it eye care. It's like, when you walk down the aisle at a grocery store, it looks better when all the products are pulled up to the front on the shelf and everything. Everything's right there, and it's, that's the price on it because it's sitting right there on its price tag. Everything looks really, you want it to look good to the eye, photo perfect. Picture perfect. You're going around doing the eye care, showing the customer that you care by, that's what we called it at that grocery store. Anyway, it's called eye care. So, this place is why I still call it eye care, even though it's called front facing here. But you get the idea. You're just going around and making the shelves look a little bit prettier, pulling the product up to the front, making it look more photo presentable. But yeah, Crunk, you're a slacker. anyway, but anyway, yeah, fucking But yeah, the floor did look really nice. Somebody had done the floor, the when I was putting all the product from pulling the back stock tonight. It was like I had to pull 3 or 4 carts of back stock. That was the bullshit of it, you know. So I was like, man, fuck. But that was like the only work I had to do, the actual shit, the whole night tonight. Pretty much me and the other guy were just like kind of talking to each other. I was telling him about the YouTube thing. I'm like, man, I'm almost there. I'm halfway. He's like, man, he was telling me, he's like, man, you were telling me a couple weeks ago or a month ago or so that you were a YouTuber. I was like, this fucking idiot. he's like, he's like, but I have watched some of your stuff, and he's like, man, I think you actually could do it, man. He's like, you're not the funniest person in the world, but he's like, you definitely have it. You could be a comedian. He's like, maybe that's just your stage, that's just your platform to perform on. And I was like, yeah, that's the way I've been feeling too. I'm like, I feel like the world's trying to talk me into doing other shit, but this is where I want to be. I woke up this morning, I wanted to go live, even though I knew I wasn't going to do too much Uber driving. I tried, at least take one order. They sent me a couple others, but I wanted to get a shower. I still needed a shower from hanging out at the beach all week. You know what I mean? Just out of respect for my coworker, I wanted to get a shower. So yeah, pretty much took that one order, and it kind of pushed me over towards the gym. So took that as a sign, went the rest of the way to the gym, got cleaned up, just hung out for a little, just hung out till I had to clock in. But yeah, was not a bad day at work. But yeah, 5 viewers now. Hang on now. Try to drink the rest of this. Ugh. 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 Fucking beer. But I don't know. Could you ever think about why they call it beer, right? Because they had beer. It was called beer for a while. It's not like, like they had, Benjamin Franklin was drinking beer. You know what I mean? I was sitting there thinking about it, trying to think in my head, my own head, like, why is it called beer? You know, unless it's like you drink it and it makes you be, right? Like it makes you be, like, if you want to, this is beer. If you want to be, you drink beer, and you're gonna be even harder. You know what I mean? I don't know, because this is beer. Like, the like, not only are you being, you're beering. I don't know. I think so. I don't know. What if I don't know. They named it beer. You know, you're being, you're beer. You drink this, and you're I don't know. But this stuff was made in Milwaukee in 1844. Fucking almost a 200-year-old company. I don't see what's wrong with it. Fucking Jesus died for our sins, right? I always pour a little bit out for my dead homies, man. I never forget, my friends that have passed. I basically had two friends that I thought they were gonna be with me till, I thought I was gonna die before they were. You know what I mean? Honestly, I thought I'd die before they would. But yeah. But I guess it's kind of, I don't know. If they were still alive, I probably would have done something where they wouldn't be friends with me anymore. You know what I mean? So at least since they passed, I can still think of them as a friend. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, sounds like bear and deer put together or something. I don't know. Bear, deer, beer. I think I think honestly it's more like beer. Like you ready to be? You're gonna go out tonight and drink beer. I don't know. Drink some beer with me. We're gonna take advantage of the night tonight. I don't know. Who knows, man? Beer. It was probably spelled Beir. Probably. I know what I mean. Not that heavy a drinker where I know the origin of beer. You know what I mean? But I can tell you, I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand. I don't know. I just wish we had Pokeballs, man. I would already caught a lion. You know what I mean? Or at least a tiger if I couldn't have caught a lion. I would already fucking thrown a fucking, you know what I mean? I would have already thrown a fucking Pokeball. I would have caught a fucking baby tiger. I would have, you know what I mean? Have Pokemon. We just don't have balls to catch them with. You ever thought about that? Like we had, like look at all these animals. Look at all these animals. From a deer to a fucking calf to a fucking giraffe to a motherfucking. I was gonna rhyme, but I couldn't think of anything in time, so I just kept moving. And before I knew it, I started making some dime. I don't know. Anyway, but think we already have Pokemon. We just don't have balls to catch them with, right? Think about it, man. You could have a fucking owl, fucking fucking throw out your Pokeball, a fucking owl. Ooh, you know, fucking you could have a bearded dragon and a Pokeball. Fucking, you know. This is one chick I was talking to. She had a bearded dragon named Charmander, and I was like, "That is so fucking clever." This is fucking clever. She had a bearded dragon named Spyro and fucking Charmander. I was like, yes. Monero is ranked up 14. Damn, hell yeah. And has been delisted from every change governments have banned it in Dubai. Yeah, I know its 5-year chart looks weird too, man. Compared to every other crypto. And fucking Ethereum. Look at Ethereum's 5-year chart. It's like. Yeah. That's crazy, man. Like, yeah, that's crazy. Like, as much as Bitcoin went up to, where Ethereum went up to like what 4,400, but that was back in like 21. It went up to 4,400, and then Bitcoin like doubled. It's almost doubled. It's almost its previous all time high. Whereas Ethereum went back up to like 4,400. It didn't go to like 8 or 9, or you know what I mean? It's went back up to 4,400 for a couple months, and now it's right back down to like what 22, 23. I don't have a fucking clue. I don't look at it that close. Fuck Ethereum. It's like fuck Vitalik. You know what I mean? Or whatever his name is. Fuck the guy. Like, dude has half of the network. You know what I mean? Like, fuck him, bro. You don't need a dictator. That's all I see Ethereum as. You're buying into a dictatorship, basically. Like 100%. Like Ethereum, you're just buying into a dictatorship. Let's do it. Everybody put your money on a dictatorship right now. But yeah, man, if I were president, I would add it on, try my best to put it onto the Constitution to make it a fucking 32-hour work week. You know what I mean? Because you'd think that'd be plenty, like even for future generations, right? Because we're at 40 right now. You know what I mean? We're kind of like at each other's throats. Well, only because you need more than 40, right? But if it was 32 and you made overtime after 32, then you'd make 8 hours of overtime to work a 40-hour week, which wouldn't feel bad. You made 8 hours of overtime to work your 5-day week. You know what I mean? That sounds cool. And then for future generations, say, another couple hundred, 200 years from now, they're probably not even going to want to work the 32-hour week. You know what I mean? But imagine if it was on the Constitution. It's on the You have to. Everybody in this country has to. It's on the Constitution. You have to work 32-hour week. Not necessarily all of us, but that's the most you can before busting into overtime, right? So any hour you worked past that, you'd make time and a half, whatever your actual pay is, on 32 hours and 1 minute. Which I know, it sounds so crazy. Oh, it's so crazy. Oh no, Monday's optional. Oh no, how will we ever survive? Optional Mondays. The only one that's upset about that is fucking Warren Buffett and Donald Trump. You know what I mean? The people up at the top, they're like, no, we're not going to pay you 8 hours of overtime for the same 40 hours. Basically it. So we have to pay you 8 hours of overtime for the same 40 hours? Huh? You know what I mean? But you can honestly imagine, like, the kids another 100 years from now, they would be bitching about the 32-hour work week, right? Like, why can't we just do 2 12s? Can we just do 2 12s? 2 12s. 32 is too much. We just want 2 12s. I don't know. I could totally see it happening though. But if it's on the Constitution though, you can't, I mean, you can't, you're gonna move down to 24. After 24 hours of working, you have to make overtime. After 24 hours of working in 1 week, because there's 24 hours in a day. So if you work more than one whole day in 1 week, you should make overtime. Which would kind of be fair. You know what I mean? You worked a whole day. Out of the 7 days that there are in a week, you've already spent a whole day on the clock. You should make overtime after that. For the remainder of the week. See, that'd be a little bit far. You know what I mean? But the 32-hour thing, man, fucking, can we just get 4 8s? Give me 4 8s, and if I want to, I can work a 5. I can work a 5th 8. And that's if I want to. You can, like, sign up for it ahead of time, kind of thing. They only have a certain number of seats or whatever, which we did. So a couple of jobs I had. Like, you could sign up for an extra day, but you had to sign up a week ahead of time because they'd fill up on that day or whatever. Why not 8 hours instead? Oh, 3 8s? Okay, you want to do 3 8s instead of 2 12s? I got you. That's fine. We can work around that. You know what I mean? Okay, overtime starts at 24 hours and 1 minute. There'd be people slamming a 90-hour weekend still, though. Because really, it's going to be like our currency's not worth anything anyway. They're pretty much going to have to pay me double. You know what I mean? Like, minimum wage is how much? Okay, well then I want double. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to pay me double. Like, I already found a way to work 2 jobs at once anyway. I'm not, y'all are gonna have to pay me double at this point to match that. Which I think eventually they will eventually make it illegal to live stream while driving. I think it's just too obvious. I can't believe that's already not illegal. Or that, that's not illegal already. I can't believe that's not. We got a charger here. Oh, we're good. This battery's fine. I still got 2 more beers. Still got 2 more beers. Like, this much to that still, so we're going good. We're going to be hanging out for a minute. It's been about an hour and a half. It looks like it's supposed to rain, but ain't nothing happening yet. Alright, 7 likes now. Appreciate y'all, man. Imagine both jobs got double pay. It might get to that point because I mean, well, I don't know. I could see inflation going crazy, and then people still not tipping more. You know what I mean? I could see it, inflation going nuts, and then people still think like, oh, 10. Because I remember when I was a kid, a $10 tip was a huge tip. It was huge. Like, damn, I was like, really? You're gonna bless the pizza driver like that and give him a $10 tip? Now I expect a $10 tip. You know what I mean? And then 10 ain't shit. 10 is 5. You know what I mean? Really, 10 is 5. But to the people that are giving you the 10 is still 10. You know what I mean? It's the sad part. The 10 is still 10 to the people that are giving it to you. So that's why it's harder to get the 10 out of them. You know what I mean? But really, the 10 is only 5. It's sad. But I think they've literally, I don't know. It's just sick, man. It's honestly, man. Can't do nothing. You know what I mean? Can't win from losing in this bitch. Like, if, just in the caste system, whatever, like your class, or whatever. If you're already in a losing position, you can't end up, with maybe with X amount of education and hard work combined, but not with one or the other. With education you might move up to here, or with hard work you might move up to here. You know what I mean? But if you're down here, you're not going to be Mark Zuckerberg. You know what I mean? And then I don't know, even still, like, I don't know, dude. Not like it matters. It really doesn't. You know what I mean? Hey, basically everything that we do is extra. Kind of. Yeah, it's not like it would really fucking matter. Let me charge the phones. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, I know I lose viewers being all negative like that, but I see it more as real. I would rather have somebody that subscribes because I'm real than somebody that subscribes because they like my positivity. Honestly. Being all fucking fake and positive all the time, that's not for me either. I'm more into dark humor, The severed foot is the ultimate stocking stuffer, and it'll always stay that way. How fast does a zebra have to run before it would just look gray? You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm trying to do. But I can find a way to make that speed, right? Take that speed, how but how fast does a fucking horse really have to, if I'm painted white and black, how fast do I really have to run before I would just look fucking gray? No! Get out of here! You ever notice how like spiders seem smarter than flying insects? You know what I mean? I don't know. Seems like like flying insects. They're just like but spiders they actually seem like they have some kind of common sense to them or something. They I don't know. This spider, I was just about to kill it. I was about to kill it, and then it could sense that I was about to kill it, and it went the other way. Whereas a flying insect would have kept flying around. You know what I mean? Would have probably played a game with me until it died. It's spiders, man. They killed Paco. I can't believe my battery was down that low either, man. Didn't make no sense. Wish we could crawl back to the 90s era. That would be awesome. Yeah. Just bring the 90s back to today, man. We're going to Harlot Town. Anyway, I got 4 viewers hanging out with me. That's not too bad, man. I only see 2 of them talking, though. It's all right. We're good. We're good either way. But yeah, man, if you want to talk, let me know. You ask me a question. Basically, shit's only getting easier living out of the car. I'm almost getting to that mental state. I'm almost getting into that mental state that they're talking about of like that you will own nothing and be happy. Because I could almost almost just own nothing, and then the money that I'm making would just be my own money. I'd be happier that way ultimately. The money that I do have to go and work for, I ultimately get to keep for myself because I own nothing. I own nothing. So it's like I just a bunch of shit to chase around, a bunch of responsibilities to worry about. I own nothing. And then the money that I'm making, it's all for me. I only need to make so much. How much money do I really spend per day? You know? It's like one guy was saying, he's like, man, floor swap. He's like, because it's another guy that creates and stuff. He's his own channel and stuff. I popped into him, just say hey and give him a like real quick because he wasn't at 100 likes. He wasn't at 100 likes yet, so I popped in. I gave him 100. I gave him another like. But anyway, I was like, and he's like, man, he's like, Swamp Man, he's like, I've been watching you, man. He's like, you've been producing way more than you've been consuming. And I'm like, oh, I was like, yeah, it's like, well, thank you. I don't really think that's true, but cool, I guess. I'm still trying to break the point of monetization to even, really say I'm actually producing anything. You know what I mean? But until then, it's fun. You know what I mean? Like it's more intimate. You know what I mean? Y'all get to see me one on one. You know what I mean? It's not the chat's not going crazy. Chat's not going crazy where your message gets missed. Now is the time. Now this is like the sweet spot in the channel. Really, you know what I mean? Before it all just goes nuts. If it does, because I think eventually I'll break through the algorithm. I will to a certain extent. I just feel it. I feel it at this point. It's there. There's too much of it. You know what I mean? There's too much. There's too much energy here. You know. And then, like people, the more they hear my stories, the more people that actually stop and listen to my story, and they're like, damn, this guy's homeless, but he's actually doing something. He's not just homeless that's trying to fucking panhandle $5. He's homeless that's trying to like recreate a whole other position for himself. You know, I don't know. And then honestly, like I said, because of Bitcoin, I really think this is just like a 3 to 5 year thing, at the most. And then after that, I won't have to worry about money anymore. I'll be like Bubblegum Shrimp Co. We bought into some fruit company called Bitcoin. we, we bought into some fruit company or something. Except only it's called Bitcoin instead of Apple. And then eventually Apple, all the market capital of Apple will have to have some market cap that's in Bitcoin. So you have all these different companies that are eventually going to have to like show their wealth in X amount of Bitcoin. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. It's crazy to think about, but yeah, dude. I don't think it's going to zero because there's always gonna be somebody wanting to buy it. At this point, the lower it goes in price, the more appealing it'll be because it's already been so high. There's only 21 million of them, and an X amount of them are locked away forever. But whatever. We'll find out. But honestly, I think something else will replace. Bitcoin will be a collectible, but there'll be something else that'll be the currency. You know what I mean? Bitcoin will be like holding. You know what I mean? Anything else that's a collectible now, except it'll be easier to hold because if you have the first edition of Batman, what if it gets wet? What if your house burns down? Like you have the first issue of Batman, you better hope that your fireproof safe or case or whatever you got it in is actually fireproof. You know what I mean? I'm not burning your house down. I'm not saying that at all. I don't even know who y'all are. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? Like it's just there's liabilities to holding these collectibles. And the same thing with Bitcoin too, but not. I mean, it's not tangible to where you can destroy it or damage it. Like a decimal of a Bitcoin, you can't damage it. It's still going to be a decimal of a Bitcoin. You're not worry. You don't have to worry about degrading. Like your coin. Oh my coin. There's a scratch on my coin, so it went down in value. Like, I don't know. I'll stop on that now because I know a lot of y'all don't like hearing about that. But yeah. What do you call a pig that does karate? Pork chop. Here's some jokes. Angry sheep with an angry cow. Okay, wait. What do you get if you cross an angry sheep? What if angry sheep and an angry cow? Two animals in a bad mood. That's a good one. Oh, I can't think of anything right now. The majority of my jokes are spontaneous. That's why I say, you can't miss the Saturday show at least. I don't know. I gotta beef it up a little bit though. Hang on now. Woo! Fireball. Hey, granted, this is for women, but you know what I mean. Whew. Oh, whew. Whew. I might have to go pee here in a second. But yeah, if y'all ever seen that movie Jungle to Jungle, it's old 90s movie, like I think 1996 ish. Tim Allen, Tim Allen after Santa Claus, I think, or maybe about the same time as Tim Allen Santa Claus. So, but anyway, Tim Allen, and he's a New York stock. He's something to do with New York stocks. He's real big, and he's like trading commodities and all kinds of stuff. He's just, works on the stock exchange in New York, but he's not like one of the guys that are down on the floor, with all the phones and shit going crazy with the pins. And he's not, not one of them guys on the floor. He's one of the higher up guys, New York Stock Exchange, sort of. That's his job. Something to do with that. But anyway, he finds out that he's actually got a son that is actually like from like a third world country or like a fourth world country, I guess you could say. He's still tribal. He finds out he's got to somehow You have to watch the movie. I'd have to watch it because I don't remember too much of it. But anyway, he's got like a son that like lives on a tribe. And so the son's like eating lizard and using a blow gun, like blow dart and stuff. And um, but anyway, pretty interesting movie to watch. Like it's even though it's a Disney movie from the '90s, it's the parts of it there's really eye opening stuff. If you watch it as an adult. Same thing with that movie Baby Geniuses. I want to rewatch that. I want to rewatch Baby Geniuses because I like I remember Sly. If you ever watch Baby Geniuses, man. But I'm like there's certain parts of that I'm like, man, I would love to rewatch because they deep dive into psychology a little bit. Even though it's just a movie, it's more for entertainment. But you know what I mean. There's certain little tidbits of stuff I could pick up from rewatching it. But anyway, it's something to think about. What do you call two worms in love? Here's one. What do you call two worms in love? I don't know. Two worms in love. Hookworms? Ringworms. Ringworms. Yeah, I'm going with ringworms. Final answer. Soil mates. Oh. Got him. But yeah, man. I don't know. I hope Bitcoin goes back underneath 73 though. I hope it goes to 80 and it crashes right back down to 73 real quick. That'd be cool. It'd be nice. But I think it's definitely going to go to 80 probably by next Friday. It'd probably go up to, because one more DCA Friday, I think it'll push it up to 80. And with as much as Michael Saylor buys every week, if he buys, and what's the whole point of Stretch? I almost want to buy some Stretch. But I almost feel like that should be for later. Bitcoin, I should use Bitcoin for the next 4 years. And then after that, I could take half of my Bitcoin, maybe, I don't know. I don't even want to cash it out. I'm like, do the collateral thing. Like even my dad was talking to me today. He's like, I see some land up here. It's almost a whole acre, 20K. And I'm like, yeah, like I've got this much in Bitcoin. I'm like, would they take that as collateral to buy the land with? And then I can make payments on, make the payments on the, whatever the transaction is on the financing on that, right? I could put the Bitcoin as the money down, right? But then not actually not put 10,000 down, put Bitcoin down, right? And then make my monthly payments, pay the land off, and then get my Bitcoin back, right? Can I use the Bitcoin as my down payment, basically? Because then I can retain the Bitcoin while it continues to appreciate in value, hopefully. And the Bitcoin was the down payment without actually having to sell Bitcoin to do it because it's used as collateral in the agreement for land, which is, pretty sustainable. Like it's going to hold its price, especially it's an acre of land. But the only thing is it's up in fucking Virginia. You know what I mean? I don't really, like, I want to stay in Florida just because of the fresh water. You know what I mean? I like being closer to, if I wanted to go to the beach, I can. You know what I mean? I'm not fucking in the middle of Ohio where, there ain't nothing about nothing for fucking, as far as water. Your best bet would be to go up to the Great fucking Lakes. Nothing against those, but I'm more into like living on a peninsula where it can, it's just, it's 30 minutes away from me, right where I'm at. I don't know. It's just something about me. I want to be that. I want to be closer to water. All you really need this time of year is a pair of shades and an ice cold beer and a place to sit somewhere near the water. I don't know why my battery's like so low. That's nuts. My battery is this low. I just had the engine on. I just was running the engine for a minute. The battery's already down to like 11.5 volts, which isn't good because if it's got less than 11 volts, it won't start the car. But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't even be showing 11. It should be still. It should still be showing 12.1 or 12.2 because the car was just on. It should not be that low. I almost feel like there's a spirit probably manifesting the energy in my battery or something. Now that I think about it. Because now the voltage is going up. Now it's back up 11.8 volts. I don't know. It's fine, man. Be honest with you, sometimes I think Fred is my mom. To be honest, so you can make all the dad jokes you want. Sometimes the way Fred talks, I'm like, are you my mom? Are you my mom on a fake account? But like I don't know. But I don't care. I know he's saying it. I know he's saying it out of love, even though I know he doesn't like. I guess you can't say like he loves me. You know what I mean? But he's saying it out of like. He's saying it out of wanting to see somebody do better. You know what I mean? I gotta be. But yeah, I appreciate y'all being here. Look, I know I've been live a lot, so you know what I mean. There's kind of, you know what I mean. I know y'all kind of are getting burnt out because I've been live a lot. I'm just kind of changing up the format on the channel, and I'm trying to like. I feel like the more I'm live, the more of an opportunity for me to meet, new viewers. So like, I get it. Y'all have your own things to do. I understand. You don't have to be there for the whole 11 hours just because I'm live for 11 hours. You know what I mean? But try to be here for the Saturday shows. That's pretty much the way I try to make it. You know what I mean? And I'm glad y'all, for the most part, y'all understand. You know what I mean? I got 4 viewers now, which, Honda, some nights you're here by yourself and you're like, man, so at least people are listening and they're showing up for the Saturday show. You know what I mean? Because I'm competing against Saturday Night Live, even, you know what I mean, to be live right now on Saturdays. So there's a bunch of other places y'all can be, and I'm glad that y'all are here, hanging with me, because I wouldn't have anything else to do. And I'm glad I've kind of built this Saturday show into, even to the point that it is, and hopefully I can get Crunk. Hopefully I can talk to him and do it at least once a month, maybe, or maybe like once a year, annually. Annually, we can get Crunk on here, something, some kind of something. But he's I don't know. Here, I probably shouldn't even read the message that he sent to me, but I want to give you all a little bit of. He feels uncomfortable with being broadcasted. But he says, but once I'm drunk, who knows? So I don't know. So we might can catch him on a night. He might be tuning into View or something. He'd be tuning into View and be drunk, and he might call me on this line. And I could put him on speaker or whatever, and pop him on speaker. He could be a part of the show for like 15 minutes even, and then hang up when he's done. But yeah, so I could talk him into it. I'm gonna keep pushing him because I bet I can do it. With the answer that he gave me back. But once I'm drunk, who knows? LOL. All right, there's at least a 10% chance I could talk him into doing it still. But he says unlikely because I'm super uncomfortable with being broadcasted. But man, we used to talk on the headset we'd be in the GTA lobbies. He'd hear me say stuff in the GTA lobbies that I should never repeat. You know what I mean? And then yet I repeated them. I repeated it constantly every time I was in the GTA lobbies because it's just a different. It was people that I didn't even want to. I knew before I even played GTA Online. Like I'm like I don't even want to mix with those people. You know what I mean? And yeah, it just brought out the absolute darkest side of me I have ever seen. You know, and I don't know. I liked playing GTA because it was fun. I liked the grind of it. I liked the making fake dollars. Even go do something on this game and make a whole $1 million. You know, I don't know. But I mean, you can't do anything like that in real life where you're like, oh, let's go set up a heist and we're gonna go just rob this casino, and we'll each make $300,000 a piece because we're gonna do all the work for this other guy that's gonna he's like the mastermind of it all, so he gets like half, but we're still gonna make like $300, 300,000 a piece to go rob this casino. You know what I mean? Real life ain't like that. That was the appeal of GTA. You know what I mean? Okay, let's one last. What's blue and not heavy? Light blue. That's one of Crunk's. Crunk uses that one all the time. All right. Let's see. Did anybody reply? No, the Discord's dead. No, but anyway, I got a Discord channel. If it's associated to this channel, if you want to join, we have. Hey, Brad, what's up, man? Appreciate you popping in. Double tap your screen real quick. Everybody, if you have double tap screen, double tap your screen for me real quick. It'll help me find new people, which is kind of like whole reason I'm doing any of this. I appreciate you. But yeah, at least we got Crunk. We got Crunk in the Discord, right? Which that's baby steps, right? We got Crunk in the Discord at least. So I bet if a bunch of y'all push him from inside the Discord and stuff, they'll be like, yeah, dude, we want to like Swamp Monkey's been talking about you so much. We want to hear, even just say 2 words. Just come on and be like, vagina boob, and it was nearly 3 months before Andy DeFrame said anything to anybody. And it turned out that voice was me, and those 2 words were vagina boob. But yeah, man, it'd just be a big hangout kind of thing. But I think honestly, man, people hear your voice. People that are like stumbling through, you know what I mean? They hear your voice going off about some stuff, going, ow! And I'd come up with topics, you know what I mean? I'd have good topics where you'd be able to bounce off them really well. I'd be ready for it, you know what I mean? And we could even do it with like a just a phone call, just to fucking, I'd have you on speaker, and when you're done, you just hang up. You know what I mean? Because I know you got a bunch of other things you're doing. But honestly, I think if you got the channel name Crunkzilla on YouTube, I think you can honestly make something out of that too. You know what I mean? Use my channel for some exposure, which I'm okay with. You know what I mean? And honestly, I think we can help each other's channel. You know what I mean? We could, I don't know. I feel like if you do have the name Crunkzilla on here, I don't know, but it's probably just your display name. I don't know if it's your channel name. But yeah, you got lucky if no one else thought of Crunkzilla on YouTube, dude. Like, wow. You know what I mean? Planet Side 2, hell yeah, man. I'm glad to hear that. I figured you were. At least play Boulder's Gate or something. At least, it's like I'm a fucking wizard. I'm a wizard tonight. But yeah, I'm drinking a Pat's Blue Ribbon. Cheers, mate. I haven't even taken a sip yet. I'll wait for you to, maybe if you don't have a drink ready or whatever, I'll give you an extra second. All right. Yeah. I can wait. But yeah, we'll see how it goes, man. But I think you got a good voice for radio, dude. Honestly, dude, that's one of the reasons I started liking you. Like right off rip in Fortnite, you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, dude, I'm like, I want to hear more of this guy talk. You know, just your tone. You know, I honestly think you do, man. If you could be a faceless YouTube channel, and you know you could probably get 1,000 subscribers being a faceless YouTube channel. Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go. Ready? I'm gonna buckle up. Put my seatbelt on. My seatbelt's on. Sitting still. All right. Are we there?
All right.
What are you doing, Wall?
I'm just chilling, man. Got here. Found a decent spot to hang out.
What's your parking lot situation? What's your 1020, sir?
I've got a cul-de-sac all to myself.
Word, there's no houses built, or was like a new addition, or what's the deal?
No house is built. The road's not even paved, so it'd probably be a while before they even start to build over here.
Swank, you found a back alley, didn't you?
Yeah, that could probably live here for the next 2 years and nobody would know.
Good urban camping. Fucking well done. What's up? Fucking crushes in the Corolla for the win. Yo. I've just been playing the goddamn Planet Side 2. We fucking murked. I don't know. I bet we died a half dozen times in the vehicles, but we fucking killed at least 30 vehicles and probably killed at least 50 players.
Hell
Pretty
yeah.
good shit.
50 players, damn. That's a lot for that game.
Easily. I don't know, Loco was there. Me and Loco were running fucking airplanes and cars and what.
Right. Hell yeah.
It's fucking dirty, dude. We got down and dirty. We died probably 6 times and killed at least 50 people. It's fucking murderous in Planet Side 2. You know what? You should get Starlink. So what? I send you my PS4. You don't have to have a PlayStation account. You don't have to pay PlayStation.
That's all. I need to get the van. I need to get the van first because I need that much more footage.
Get the van.
Yeah.
I'll send you the PS4 Pro.
I want to get the Anchor battery where I can run the PlayStation for at least 20 hours. You know what I mean?
Word.
Which I won't try to. I'll try to turn it off at the ends. So that way I can use it twice, kind of thing. You know.
Yeah, double down on the fucking disco sound when you come back around town.
Yeah.
All little bitty bitches.
But yeah, basically I want to get a van and then turn it into an internet cafe in the back.
A cat cafe? You gotta have an internet cat cafe. And when you try to leave, I try to wrangle your cats back into the van. Like it's a bunch of wild fucking chaos. Why not?
I was on the beach, it's funny that you say that because I was on the beach and these people that were living in a van popped up and they let their cat out. And their cat was just their cat was just trolling around the parking lot. He comes over, he's like sniffing at me, he's like checking me out, And I was just like, I'm just like chilling. I don't have any food to give you or nothing.
That's cool. Cat, you got a beach cat. If you get I believe in animal training. So it
was like it knew its home was the van. It knew its home was the van. It didn't go too far from the van.
You live in a van with a cat. And if I can go places and open the doors up, the cat's gonna get out. And you're gonna get in the van eventually. The cat's like, oh fuck, I better get in this van and go with these people. I'm gonna be alone on the beach.
I'm gonna be missing my food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brad and Honda are loving hearing you talk, man. Looks like.
Well, that's all right. I'm not watching the chat right now. I joined in your chat channel and you're fucking. I'm digging it, man. I'm digging how you're fucking propagating yourself. It's all good. Yeah. It's all good.
Yeah, man. That's why I feel it, man. I'm starting to break through the mold now. I mean, I got one little.
There's no mold for you.
one
You're the only
troll.
mole there ever was for you.
I got one troll that's on 16 different accounts, pretty much, it feels like.
You got a chaser? You got somebody trying to shoot you in Red Dead, like chasing you down across servers?
I think what it is he's homeless too. He just doesn't have a car. You know what I mean?
He didn't have your fucking job. You got a homeless job.
I think he's just jealous because he's like stuck
Yeah,
where he's at.
jelly.
He's
You're
homeless.
super jelly. Like, I get it. I'd be jelly too if I was homeless and you doing this. And I, what? If you drive across country, be sure to stop here.
Right.
No lie. No
Oh,
sweat,
no,
man.
dude.
No cap.
I'm hoping I could, you know, like you give me like three nights to hang out or something. I could make some quick Uber bucks and
You
then
got
go
3
about
nights
my
here.
way.
We'll get high as fuck. You come over here.
Hell yeah. I might do that on my way to Ohio or something.
Oh, then that's what it's up. Let me know. Let
Gosh,
me know.
man.
I'm gonna play more video games, but I love you.
All right, man. I appreciate you popping in, man.
Yeah, dude.
Love you too,
Big
man.
ups. Big ups. Peace out. Peace out, Bruce.
Yep. But anyway, that's Crunk, man. I'm glad he called. I figured I don't know. I figured we could get him in here. But anyway, like I said, man, I'm trying to maybe I can make the Saturday show into a podcast with the two of us or whatever. But he's got a bunch going on. You know what I mean? Even for him to get Sundays off repetitively like that, where he could hang out and do a 5-hour live stream or something with me. And I don't think he'd do the whole 5 hours. You know what I mean? He might pop in after an hour, you know, or something. I don't know. But if I get to that point, we'll talk him into it. You know what I mean? Like I said, at least he's in the Discord. It'll be a little bit easier. But yeah. Anyway, that's Crunk, man. We can listen to a podcast. I thought it was, man. I was trying to keep him on the line, man, but he's already hanging out with his best friend Loco. So, you know, the two of them, they're probably already drinking, and you know, it's Halo night, you know. It's already Halo night, and then I'm trying to burge in, you know. But it's cool, man. Appreciate him popping in. Even the viewership went up a little bit while he was talking. I knew it would. That's what I was saying. Like, dude, like you can fucking help beef the shit out of my channel. But yeah, man. Appreciate everybody hanging out. You know, 2 hours live now. This is beer number 3 that I've got in my hand. So yeah, doing pretty good. Pretty good night. I do want to smoke, so I'm gonna drink a little bit more. I'm not gonna finish this beer off. I'm gonna drink a little bit more of this beer over here behind the curtain. But anyway, drink a little bit more of this beer behind the curtain, and I'll smoke a little bit more behind the curtain. Anyway, trying to watch myself on the cursing. But you know, not doing too good at that. I don't know, man. If I could just get myself in the mindset of like, you know, like imagine you're at God's foot and you're talking to God, right? You wouldn't be cursing all the time in front of God, you know, whoever your God is. You know what I mean? But you ain't gonna be like hell, shit, piss, ass, motherfucker, you know, bitch, and you know what I mean? You're gonna be watching your mouth. Like get myself more to like that mentality, you know. But I don't know. Hell shit ass motherfuckers. I don't know, man. 5 viewers, 8 likes. Appreciate y'all. Another bear. Yeah. Dude, this spot, honestly, like, dude, I cannot believe it took me this long to find this spot. Like, this is like, almost might even, you know, this is better than the other spot I have because the signal's better and stuff too, man. Because I was thinking, I was like, man, I need to go somewhere where I can drink. I need to go somewhere where it's gonna be all right, where I can drink. You know, like, because I can't, like, I don't know. I was like, I wanted to go to the campsite, but last Saturday I went to the campsite And sure enough, some dude, we both, he showed up and we both chased each other off basically. So I was like, that's probably not going to be a good idea, especially with coming into Sunday morning tomorrow. There's going to be people getting there early in the morning, after a night of drinking. I might even stay up. You know what I mean? I might be up at 7 a.m. still doing the live stream. I don't know. So I was trying to remember this other spot, but now I got this spot I found. This spot's even better. Like I said, I could, but if I get the van even, I bet I could park my van back here for like 2 years before it would be a problem. You know what I mean? And it'd be making noise and shit. Probably have a fire lit in the middle of the fucking cul-de-sac. Or, it's just like fire pit right there in the middle of the paved road. Because it's that, like, dude, this place is fucking awesome. I'm surprised the road's even paved. You know? Like, damn. Can't believe I found this spot. We're doing pretty good, man. But anyway, man, check out episode 41 if you haven't yet, man. I feel like it's a pretty good episode. There's not a whole lot of Uber driving in it. So if the Uber driving part of the episode you don't like, it's more or less, me kind of, at least, more or less me just kind of hanging out, me, home life. Like it's like a week put into one episode too. So yeah, if you haven't checked out episode 41, you should check it out, man. I feel like I did it's my normal work. I didn't really do anything extra to it, nothing like that, but it's not bad overall. But yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, I don't know. I'm not saying it's a must watch, but it's pretty cool. I'm in Gulfport, you know what I mean, hanging out. So hopefully next week, I'm hoping they got me on the schedule Saturday and then Sunday. So they got me on the schedule Saturday and Sunday next week. So I might have like a long time off, I think, between the Saturday, like when I show up on the Sunday shift, that's my one day on the schedule. I probably won't be on the schedule until the Saturday after. Right. So I've got like 12 days off in a row. I could go anywhere. I could literally go anywhere. I'm thinking of Savannah, but I don't think I can't be hanging out in Savannah that whole time. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. But here we are. It's May, about one of the hottest months of the year. So I feel like, the further north I go, the better off I might be. I might even head up to just go all the way up to Ohio. I don't know. But yeah, I got 12 days off in a row, basically, because the way the schedule lays out, which I'll have to do a lot of Ubering in there. Montana. Montana's kind of far. We need more channels on Discord. We could probably do that at one point. We could probably maybe because this Discord channel, this is open game. Anybody that wants to join Discord, they can, right? I might have to make another Discord channel just for moderators and producers. You know what I mean? Like this one, anybody could get into this one. You know what I mean? I'm gonna, hopefully, maybe we get to the point and be like 3,000 people on that Discord channel, or it's just nuts. You know what I mean? It's just absolutely nuts. Yeah, I mean, we'll need another Discord channel for moderators, and Santino. Hopefully, you're there too, man. Moderators and producers have their own channel. You know what I mean? And then there'd be like another channel on top of that because memberships. Basically, the minute I'm gonna write the memberships, so basically you'll be a producer of the show. You help me produce the show by being a member, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna give you a producer credit, basically, you know what I mean? Because even the $2 a month, it helps me to go to another state to keep putting videos out, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm hoping for, at least at this point. I am gonna make it 2, not 1, because I can't change it once I set it, and then I don't want to set the bar too low on myself. You know what I mean? I feel like, because Kev was saying, he's like, yeah, $2 is fine. You know what I mean? I don't know. He's a good guy for what I know of him. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm going off what he said basically. Where and I can't change it later. So if I make it $1, I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot. And then $2, honestly, it's double that. It's double what I don't know. So I don't want to do it any more than that. You know what I mean? Any more than two is too much. But yeah, like two is the perfect number. And then if I get even just 5 members, that's $10 plus whatever plus whatever I get off of actual viewership. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, that $10, it's gonna help out the channel a lot and everything. I'm not trying to sit here. I don't know. I'm trying not to sound like one of those guys, but I'm literally saying the same exact shit. But at least I'm like legitimately homeless. I'm not like in my mom's basement making videos or I don't know. People support people like that. It's crazy. You know. And then I don't plan on being homeless forever. Like I said, I plan on being a real estate agent at this point. 'Cause yeah, I don't know, man. It sounds like an easy job. It's fucking just easy money, showing people a house and then signing some paperwork with them, making some phone calls in between to make the deal happen. Because I mean, how many phone calls is there really involved making a deal on a house? Like really, I mean, what is? It's probably like 10 phone calls at the most, whether or not the house will be sold or not, whether people have the credit or they have the down payment or you know what I mean. I bet half of those phone calls could be done over text message or email, where you don't even have to use a phone to do it. I don't know. Plus, I think it'd be hilarious. A homeless dude selling houses. It's like, you know what? I see what y'all are doing here. I'm gonna do that, man. Because it's crazy, man. I'm starting to see. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that, but man, it's the people I'm starting to see on these real estate signs, man. And I'm like, dude, maybe I should just put myself on them fucking real estate signs. It's like, fucking, I'm seeing kids. There's fucking kids on these and I'm young. I'm young, right? And I'm seeing like kids on these real estate signs. I'm just like, what? So like I'm supposed to buy a house off of somebody that's younger than me? Yeah, because they worked hard. Yeah, because they deserve 2% of the money I'm spending on my house. Yeah, sure. You know, somebody's fucking 8 years younger than me, been a fucking real estate agent their whole life. Fucking yeah, you've done so much work, bro. I should give you 2% of my money too. And it's just sad, man. And I shouldn't be ageist, but man, it's just kind of, man, I don't know. it's like, see somebody that's 10 years younger than you that like got to skip over actually working in the first place. It just pisses you the fuck off. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry. But I'm hoping to be the next Jack Black. Like honestly, like I feel like if they would put me in Fallout Season 3 as a ghoul somehow or another, and they don't kill me off or so they bring me back for a couple other seasons in Fallout or whatever, and I make it cameo appearances or whatever in being a ghoul in Fallout. I think honestly that could be a breakout fucking role for me. What do we got? Give me 2%, yo. Yeah, I mean that's what I was thinking, man. I'd hook up all of my moderators and producers back. So, I mean, not a producer. I don't know, but yeah, you know what I mean. But you know what I mean. If I'm gonna pay a bot to be a moderator, I think my human bots deserve the same pay. It's kind of fucked up. Because I see that with other channels. They pay a robot to be a moderator, and they have human moderators that they don't pay. I don't know. It's like, why doesn't the guy deserve $10 a month? It's like you're giving a software $10 a month. Why can't you give the guy that's been hanging with you $10 a month? I mean, how many thousand are you making off of YouTube. Like I can. You're basically on PBS. you know. But yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. This is crazy. I didn't even think I'd have, it like 5 viewers steady, 6, 7, oh, 6, 7. Anyway, we've been hanging. Fucking, as much as I've been live this week, I thought y'all had been burnt out, and I bet Honda is. I bet Honda is. I feel so bad for you, man. You're probably watching more than I am. Like I go to bed watching myself now, trying to get my view time up. But I feel like I've been watching. They give me credit for my own, like, because I have an alternate account, right? Man, I gotta really get up, man. I'm thinking about it, dude. Fucking either World's Cheapest DJ, which I have, I have the channel. I have the YouTube channel, World's Cheapest DJ. I could play off of that really well. Or I also have the YouTube channel, White Chocolate Fountain. I could play off of that pretty well, too, right? But I think World's Cheapest DJ would be better for what I'm thinking, right? Using World's Cheapest DJ channel, and then just going to Gulfport, going to the same beach I was at, and then doing a 5-day a week live stream from 12 to 4 of just the beach. Just a live stream of the beach, right? And it's World's Cheapest DJ. The channel is World's Cheapest DJ, and it's just a live stream of the beach, and I'm just playing AI songs. And I wonder how long it would take to get to 1,000 subscribers, just having a live stream of the beach that you do 5 days a week from 12 to 4. You know what I mean? And that's the dumbest part is, y'all know a channel like that would kick off too. Somebody had the free time where they could put that channel together, and really the free time of hanging out on the beach from 12 to 4. You know what I mean? Basically, yeah, if you don't have a kid, you're set. Yeah. Let's see. We've got the current Bitcoin price. We are running at a solid $78,200. $78,200 USD. But I knew it was a problem, man. Sorry. When Bitcoin broke a million yuan, I was like, oh shit. You know what I mean? And then it's been shaky since then. I knew it too, dude. I was like, what? I was like, ooh, ooh, ow, 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 ooh, ooh, ow, 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 ooh, ow, ow. My monkey brain was like, it's about to, it busted a million yuan, and then I'm like, dude, it's gonna crash. And, I don't know. I knew it was gonna crash. I bought a shitload of it though. I bought so much. Well, before it went back over 70K, and now, now I'm already 10% positive on all of that, and just with it sitting at 78, which is cool. The stock I've bought, right? The stock I bought for the last year went up by 10% already. You know what I mean? That's cool. And hopefully it goes back up over 100K. Just to go back up over 100K would be nice. That's all I need. Really, I don't know. I was thinking about making that shirt. Like, I need Bitcoin to 1 million X. I don't know. I think it'd be a funny shirt. I don't know. Not the best shirt idea I've ever had. Walk them around with a camera, swamp. People love to see places. I don't want to give away the spot though, dude. If I show too much of the spot, people could use Google Earth and stuff, and you know what I mean. They could. Granted, this isn't even a street yet, but I don't like. I could live here for the next year. You know what I mean? Because I'm thinking of getting a van. I'm not think I'm I don't know. I don't even know if I want to buy land. I do want to buy land because I think it's a good investment. I do need like a patch of land to live on. Either whether I have a house or not, I think I at least need a patch of land that I can call my own. That I don't worry about the cops chasing me off of. This is my own private property. You know what I mean? Y'all need to leave. You know what I mean? Um, so I think I do need to buy a square of dirt at least. I don't need a whole house. I feel like I could turn a van into a camper well enough. Like a van could be a small RV for me for one person. Because there's people there's a family of four living in an RV. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I mean, I could for one person to live into a van. And then plus you have your own private property, like a half acre or so that's yours. You're like a base camp. Santino. I've been saving in Bitcoin super duper aggressively, and I've got point 0.1 Bitcoin. Right. I don't want to touch that now that it's point. I want to leave that where it's at because that's my retirement ultimately. Hopefully someday, hopefully before I'm 50, even that 0.1 will be enough that I'm like, okay, cool, I'm out. You know what I mean? But if I can use it as collateral today to purchase land with and pay the land back, right? Pay the purchase back. Use the Bitcoin as collateral on a down payment. Buy the land, pay the land back at like $500 a month, which I think I could cover easily. $500 a month on land, right? Pay that back and then get my Bitcoin back. And then hopefully in the 4 years time, Bitcoin's also appreciated in value. I didn't have to relinquish my position of it either. You know what I mean? I used what it's valued at today as the down payment on the land, which land also is kind of like a pretty stable value. You know what I mean? So I'm using one asset to buy another asset. And then I feel like land, the faster I buy it, rather than waiting another 5 years, I'm locking in today's price on it. You know what I mean? So whereas I can use my stack in Bitcoin, use my Bitcoin to buy the land today, and then in 5 years' time, once the land is paid off, get my Bitcoin back. And then the land is also worth more, hopefully in 5 or 10 years' time too. The land doubled in price. You know what I mean? And while I've been living on it for free, basically, because I plan on upgrading it as little as possible, just keeping it vacant land. I might put a driveway, so to speak. I might have to get a permit to do all that. Like, I'm not trying to even build a driveway because I need a permit to do that, right? So if I try not to even build a driveway, I did some land clearing, yes, because I took down trees that were smaller than 3 inches in diameter, right? If you see like 3 inches, right? You can cut down trees that are that small or smaller, right? So you can do your own land clearing, create like a spot for your car to park on. You know what I mean? And that's all you really need to do with the land. Other than that, you bought it as an investment, right? So you live on you use the land as a parking spot. Basically, you can live there. You know what I mean? Because they don't sell parking spots in this city yet. You know what I mean? Like certain cities like New York or Chicago or Philadelphia, they're that populated where you have to pay for your parking spot. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, I don't know, but that's the plan at least is use Bitcoin as the down payment to purchase land with. And yeah, your overhead is hella light. Work a lot. Rat hole dollars. Find land. Find land at like $4 an acre. Yeah, I don't want to live out fucking like somewhere where I want to be closer to the grid though. You know what I mean? I see. I like where I'm at. I can probably find an acre for like 25 to 30K. I can find an acre of land where I'm thinking, right? And that's what my dad was saying. He found land for like 20 an acre up there in Virginia. Somewhere I don't even know where the fuck at. You know what I mean? Somewhere in Virginia. Outside of Bristol or something like that. I have no fucking clue. You know what I mean? It's somewhere, versus I could be here where I already know that, and here they're growing. It's growing. it's growing. It's clearly growing. You know what I mean? For the next 20 or 30 years, this population in this city is going to double, or maybe even 10x. The population in this city could probably 10x, which we wouldn't even have the infrastructure for. It'd be sad. You know what I mean? But they're selling land so cheap right now. No land at $4. $4 for a quarter acre or something. I mean, that's out in fucking like New Mexico and shit, though. You know what I mean? Where you're gonna buy the land and then have to pay to upgrade it because there's no irrigation. You know, like you're gonna have to pay to plug it into the sewer system. You're gonna have to pay. You know, you're gonna buy the land and then upgrade it for them to do all that. I'm trying to find another way around where if I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say that. Like, uh, um, I still want to be in Florida too. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, if I could find land for like $4 somewhere in Florida, you know, even if it was just like 16 feet by 16 feet, you know, just big enough to park a car on. Just like a 20 by 20 square of land here in Florida for sale. You know what I mean? You know, if that's $4, then yeah, I got $4 right now, probably in the car if I dug for change. You know, if you buy land like that, oh shit, bro, that's a lot. You're talking about punching a well. Great sewer line's gonna have to get power. Yeah, right. Like if I'm buying land out in the middle of Arizona somewhere because it's cheap, or if I'm buying land out in the middle of New Mexico somewhere because it's cheap, I'm gonna be that much further from the grid, and I'm gonna be the one paying to do all those upgrades to bring in the grid out where I'm at. You know what I mean? And I don't have the money for that. I don't have the money to do what the county and state should pay for. You know what I mean? I'm trying to ultimately find like a place that's a junky place for like 50 or 60K. It's like, but it's a house. It's a house. It's at least, you know, like I could put a sleeping bag on the ground, and it's slightly better than being in a tent, right? You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to find, a house that needs a lot of work. That's like 50 or 60K for the house that needs work, right? But even still, just a house that needs work, I could live in it for like 5 years. You know what I mean? And then even if the house falls apart on me, you know, you know what I mean? The land underneath is still going to have a value. Plus, it's already cooked into the sewer. It's already hooked into the electric. You know, it's already yeah. There's certain upgrades that have already been done. If I bought a $50,000 house, you know, for me to take a piece of raw land and hook it up to the electric line, it's probably gonna be 10K to hook that plot of land into the electrical grid, right? So that's 10K I'm saving by buying an old junky house, right? Plus you have the sewer, everything, all that hooked up. You don't have to worry about permits on all this. Plus there's an impact fee. If you buy raw land and then want to build on it, you have to pay another like 10 or 12,000 because you built anything on it. You get to skip out on that because you've already got something built there. You can destroy it, put something completely else, you know. There's a lot you know, but the only thing is like where I'm at in my area, there's so many people speculating that that's not even available. There's no fixer upper for like a decent price. You know what I mean? It's sad that like that many people are like, you know what I mean? Because it's just land. I don't know why I don't know why. I don't know, man. It's just land. It's a free natural resource to begin with, and then we found more of it too. You know what I mean? Like all this land, nobody even fucking knew it was here. You know what I mean? This was all extra. You know what I mean? But like it's got like the American dollar on it, but then it's got like the Chinese number behind it. You know, like I was saying it better yesterday, where it's like, you know, $500,000. Like what? You know, it's funny how they got it priced in at exactly 30 years of life. You know, but like it doesn't matter what symbol you put on it, like for, you know, like, oh, it's the American currency because it's got the dollar on it. But the number that you have behind that symbol is just so fucking absurd as it is. Well, wait, why should the county state be responsible for getting your utilities to you? Right? No, I'm saying like I don't want to move somewhere else where I'm gonna be paying to hook myself up in the grid if I'm in New Mexico or Arizona. I'm trying to find a spot that's here. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, if I can find a spot that's here somewhere, yeah, I wouldn't mind it because it's only going to cost so much because I'm not trying to get power lines 100 miles. I'm trying to get power lines X amount of meters. You know what I mean? But yeah, like yeah, I get what you're saying. Like why should the state have to pay? Because bring your utilities. I get what you're saying there, but that's why I'm not even looking at that land because I'm not in it for the amount of land I can get anyway. You know what I mean? I'm in it for what's the cheapest way I can live through the bullshit that we're in. You know what I mean? What's the cheapest way I can live legal we're in the bullshit that we're in. You know what I mean? Because spending more money on a place to live sounds stupid to me. You only need shelter to begin with. You know what I mean? It only needs to protect you from the natural elements and maybe some bugs, right? So why do you have to spend as much money as you possibly can on a shelter? Right? Yeah, it's been like 500 years, so no land is new land now. Right? It's like Abraham Lincoln said, "Good things come to those who wait, but only the things left behind by those who hustle." And then in 1493, Columbus stole all he could see. So you know what I mean. So and then Abraham Lincoln coming up X amount of hundreds of years after Columbus. You know what I mean. For him to say that good things come to those who wait, but only the things that have been left behind by those who hustle. Right. And even still, after him saying that, we've had another 150 years. So it doesn't matter how much hustling I do today, it's already gone. I don't know. But anyway, at least I get 10 cents back per can, right? I get 50 cents, something like that. They need to inflate the price on that. That's one of the things I've noticed. I was noticing that today. You ever got the big red bus that comes by? They get blood donations or whatever. You at the Walmart or whatever. You go to Walmart and randomly the big red bus is there. Donate blood, $20 gift card. How come they have not inflated the price on that gift card? Everything else is inflated. But I feel like they ought to give you a $50 gift card nowadays because everything else is inflated. They still give you that same $20 gift card that they've been giving you since fucking like 2000. You know, Fucking they give you a $20 gift card to give blood. Still today, 25 fucking years later, it's a ripoff. You know what I mean? You give me $20 for a fucking pint of my blood? What? It's been that price for 20 years. Look how much the price of oil's gone up. Look at the price of a bottle of water. Look at it, but your blood is worth the same amount. It's fucking vampires. You can get up from there. Everyone knew, LOL. No land is new land now. You can live here for free, LOL. For a spell. Just me using my Darth Vader force. Make machines stop. I don't know, man. But yeah, if you could hook me up with some work too and shit, I found a way to live as cheap as fucking possible as it is. You know what I mean? Really, like, man, just let me park my car in your driveway. I don't even, I can just come into the house just for a shower when I need it, because I still work, just let me park in your driveway. I know not to make noise after 9 o'clock. You know what I mean? Because like you know, you don't need the neighbors calling and shit. You know. I know not to be bringing police to your house. You know. But yeah, we'll talk about it some more, man. If you could hook me up, you know, I don't know, even I don't want to just be washing dishes, you know what I mean? But I would be I could wash dishes if there was two if your dish pit is two people, I could wash dishes because there's two people, you know, like a guy, a buddy, you know, the two of us are beating the dish pit up, you know what I mean? But if your dish pit's only one guy, I don't want to be in the dish pit. I tell you that right now. You know what I mean? But I could be a busser, you know, I don't know. I don't like people too much. I'm better in the back. But at the same time, I could stand out at the road and be holding a sign for the place, you know, dressed as a hot dog or something. It's weird. Yeah. Crickets in my garage. Well, you can call again, man. Everybody was like having you on the show, man. But man, we could do. I think honestly, man, you know, I've been talking about it for years, man. Fucking me and you doing a podcast. I don't think we could talk like. I don't think Bat Knight would do it. He's got too much going on. You know what I mean? He's even got too much going on as far as you know, as far as everything that he does for a career and everything. I don't think he could really do it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think you're a good enough talker that you could create your own podcast. To be honest with you. Well, some people call it magic. I like to call it science. It's not quite as. I mean, you get used to it. You get used to it after a while. Like my neck kind of hurts from being crunched up. Like I kind of like I sit up against in the back seat. You know what I mean? I got this trick knee. My fucking right knee gets all tricky every now and then. But once I get the van, that won't be a problem. I'll have just that much more room to sleep. That's my number one thing is the bathroom. I have no bathroom built into this. You know what I mean? So I have to rely on public bathrooms. Everyone washes. Well, that's cool. That's cool. Everybody does a little bit of the dishes. Like there is no dish guy. The cook. Yeah, if you're trying to leave, you got to do a half-hour dishes first before you leave. I get that. Yeah, it's like, well, hey, you just got cut. Well, hey, go ahead and clean that microwave, restock this for me, and then obviously go over to the dish pit and do another half-hour dishes. I can get that. You know what I mean? Everybody does the dishes. Yeah, I mean it's basically how that restaurant even runs. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know shit about how that restaurant runs. It's in a whole nother state and shit. You know what I mean? It's like, it's like no frame of reference really. But yeah, I know chicken wings take at least 10 minutes to cook. You know what I mean? The certain shit, I'm not gonna be giving a fucking customer raw chicken, you know, which I bet you've seen. It's like, what the hell is this? Like, I'm glad I saw that before I put it in the window. Like, what the fuck? Nancy, you're gonna get rid of this guy. You gotta get rid of him. But yeah, I don't know. I would almost rather be working outdoors, doing something more physical. You know what I mean? Like I could be a roofer. I would fucking love to be a roofer if I didn't have to show up somewhere at like 6 a.m. to do it. You know, fucking landscaping. If I could show up to do landscaping at like 11. It's just like for some reason, if you want to be on that kind of time schedule, you have to be in a kitchen somewhere. You know, or not necessarily, but you know what I mean. It's easier. Uh oh, here we go. Wish I had a cigarette. Oh, it's on the car. It's on the car. Here we go. Hello.
What it do?
What it do, man? I wish I had a cigarette. A cigarette anymore.
Man, you fucking roll my garage. You got a couple, man. What's up? What's it going on, man? Where are you playing poker? We gotta play some games on the internet, like on your Discord. Is some games we can play or what?
I think so. I'd have to look into the Discord a little bit more. I pretty
I
much.
looked into like there's a bunch of shit you can like push games into chat channel. You can make a chat channel called Other People's Koalas.
Okay.
Discussions about
kangaroos and koalas.
Of my house. Let's fucking make some chat channel. Let's fucking bloom that shit.
The channel's still gotta grow. We gotta do the podcast for a couple months first.
I got it. You and I gotta play a goddamn game in there though, man. I'm not hanging out if I can't play games. You know me.
No,
I'm hanging out anyway. I'm all with you. I'm on your team.
We might
on your team, but I want to fight you too. Let's play a game.
I'll let you sock me in the mouth. I'll let you sock me in the mouth because I deserve it.
I don't want. You don't have to let me do shit. You better fucking fight back. What the fuck? We gotta play some chess online or some shit, right?
Some chess.
Something. You're smart enough to play chess.
There's probably something on the Discord we could probably play. I think there's a game on this or something. Hang on.
All right.
I'll have to watch a video on how to do that. I think it would be
cool. Like we made a Discord. Like we have like there's like probably 5 or 6 of us in your chat, right? So like you're captain of a team. I'm a captain of a team, and we split the fucking followers up and we fucking play chess.
Well, nobody talks.
We all transparent.
Not everybody talks, though.
What do you guys think? We should move B7 to fucking H3 or whatever? Fucking, we can figure it out, man. It'd be cool.
Yeah. We'd probably put, like, you and Santino on a team. Because y'all be vibing.
I'm down.
Me and Honda on a team or something. I don't know.
Right? That'd be cool, man. We're just fucking like, oh, let's do this, let's do that. Win, lose, or draw. It's fun to play. Games.
We can figure it out.
I'm all about games, brother. I'm all about games.
Yeah. I'm still proof of work on Twitch, at least.
Oh, you right on.
But yeah, I might have to change that. I don't know. Swamp Monkey's hitting harder. It's hitting way
Swamp
better.
Monkey's a cooler name than Proof of Work. Proof of Work. I mean, I know when I think of you, when I talk to you, it's Proof in my head.
Well, yeah,
you Proof of Work. Like you fucking figured everything out. I've never seen somebody figure out GTA so more strongly, dude. You figured like I was already there, like crushing it. You fucking showed up and just did it. Like you figured out every mission. Remember one night I was fucking flying around my oppressor. They nerfed it, but I had a clipboard. Like everything I killed, I fucking marked it down like car, airplane, other oppressor. Dude, this clipboard filled up. Dude, I fucking just, like, I spent all my money killing people.
I remember you talking about that.
I love GTA.
Spending $500,000 just blowing shit up.
Yo, you did, yo. That's fun. Gee, I miss GTA. Those servers, like, once they turn the server over to where it's like, you have to, like, actually do some shit to talk online, it's ruined the fucking online gamer community.
We had a really good conversation last night about Red Dead 3. You missed it.
Oh, yeah?
I was thinking, man, like, well, since they're making GTA 6 based in Florida, they could reuse a lot of the GTA 6 environment to rebuild a Red Dead Redemption 3 that's based in Tampa.
Yeah,
right. With the Cuban cigars and stuff. I think they would have to go forward in Red Dead Redemption because of Jack Morrison, Jack Morrison and John Morrison. You know what I mean? Jack, I think
they have to anyway with guns. There's no way you're going back.
And then you ain't gonna go back towards more prejudice. You're not gonna go back towards more prejudice. You're gonna go forward towards mafia.
You go forward in Red Dead for sure.
Yeah, you're gonna go forward towards more bootlegging.
Cowboys in 1905.
Well, yeah, but I think you're gonna go forward toward like the pure prohibition type bootlegging type of shit.
That'd be cool.
Mafia type of Red Dead.
You're running horses up on cars and whatever.
Yeah, dude. Tommy guns from a horse and shit. Fucking dude, Tommy guns on a horse.
I want Red Dead 3.
Tommy guns on a horse. Fucking imagine having a Tommy gun in Red Dead Redemption 2.
That'd be tits. That would be fucking flesh, yo.
He'd be like. I could see them going forward rather than backward, definitely.
Yeah, definitely
then-
gotta go forward. No one wants to rock a fucking flintlock in them. Those axes are cool. Those fucking hatchets, like tomahawks and what.
Oh yeah,
But man, if you
They'd
go
keep the
backwards,
melee.
it's less firearms for sure.
They would definitely the melee.
Yeah, melee will win. I hope they use Red Dead Melee in GTA 6. That melee is fucking clutch, man. I love. I'll fist fight. You can't fist fight. I want to say, let me send you, get fucking Starlink. I'll send you this PS4. We'll still fist fight. You should just come here. Like, fuck forward for a minute. Get over here and get your fucking feet below you. And make some money. Be all right. Fucking set you up. I got set up for you.
I'm not even worried about getting my feet underneath me anywhere. I mean, I could hang
drive
out
back
there.
to Florida. Once you get some money in your pocket, you can drive back to Florida.
Yeah, I can hang out there for 3 months and just stack up some more cash and then come right back.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Not even 3
Seriously,
months, but it
though.
doesn't need to be, you know.
Seriously, I'm 52 years old, man. 3 months of my life is shit.
Yeah.
Come over here, you live
That's
for
what I was
free.
saying to Leia. I'm
You
like, you
fucking
know how
make some
fast a
money.
month is
Even if
going
you don't
by
have a job,
now.
I know how you have a job. You're like, you hate pop.
Every month we owe somebody money. Every month is just
I
flying
don't like
by.
you live here for free, bro. I fucking pay the bills.
Yeah.
Live here for free. Get your shit together. Fucking make some money. And come here. It's okay.
Well, you know me,
You
I
wanna drive back to
wouldn't
Florida?
want to just live there for free. I feel like, you know,
But you live for free here.
At least
for a minute.
100 a week.
When I'm tired of you, Proof, I'll tell you. You know me.
Yeah.
Like, get the fuck out. You
but I know how
you-
shit is, though. You know what I mean? At least 100 a week for me to be there would be fair.
Nah, not for a minute, man. Go on here. You got a free ride. I don't give a fuck. If you think about the corners of my life, how long I've been alive, and how much, like 3 months is in shit compared to fucking how long, all the things I've done, the people I've seen, the life I've lived. I'm happy with it. If I can help you, I'm happy with it.
Right.
That's good for me. And you can always fuck off. Like when you're tired of it, you can drive away. When I'm tired of you, you're gonna drive away. That's the way
Right.
it works. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
For free for a minute. I'm not gonna lie. I get you a job too. You're gonna have to wash some dishes for sure. But if you're smart enough, you can fucking get in and got him. I might be able to push you in the line. Like, this guy's smart, but you can't. Like, but you can do what you want. I don't give a fuck. I know you don't like bosses. I know, but like, you just have to keep your mouth shut and cook.
Yeah.
All right.
Now I can run a couple fryers and set some plates up
Dude,
and
for
stuff.
sure,
Like,
for sure.
I just
We
don't need to
people
be the
right now.
grill guy.
It's
You
in
know
a
what I
minute,
mean?
it's not going to be important. Like in 2 months, it's not going to be that important. I can't hire anybody, but right now I can hire people.
Yeah. I feel you.
When summer shows up, all the students go leave. It's over. And then until the fucking.
Well, you kind of need to
what
be
is it,
there
fall?
like 2 months before football kind of thing. I see that.
Oh yeah, football's in fall. Yeah. Right now, there's graduation and Mother's Day. Next week it's gonna be crazy, and we got a concert in the stadium, and it's just crazy right now, man. There's like 3 or 4 more weeks of being crazy. If you want to get fucking some money, get in your car and drive to Oklahoma. I'm here for you.
Hell yeah.
No lie.
What's Oklahoma like? Are there still palm trees?
It's beautiful right here. There's no fucking palm trees. I'm sitting in my garage with the door open.
That's
though.
not, that's not a
Fucking
must-have.
on.
I'm just saying,
The weather's perfect.
Yeah.
The
It
crickets
gives
are
me an
quiet.
idea what the climate's like if there is a palm tree or not. You know what I mean?
No, there's no palm trees here.
Even like a one of the grocery stores has some palm trees for some reason.
Maybe the bar work has palm trees. They have a signature. I'm drunk. Signature drink called the Swirl. It's like 5 different kinds of brandies mixed with fucking. It's terrible. I hate it.
Well, how
far
are you from a lake or a river?
Fuck out. And there's palm trees. They put these little stirrers in there, and they're palm trees. So there are palm trees there at the bar.
How far are you from
There
a
are
lake or a
palm
river?
trees. From a liquor store? Like fucking a block?
It's cheap as fuck. That's Oklahoma.
There's dispensaries. Like, I got 3 dispensaries within fucking a mile of my house.
That's what I'm like, man. Yeah, I remember you telling me about you can get an ounce for like you can get an ounce of
Nah,
shake
it's like
for like
40
$10 bucks.
An ounce is, are you kidding me?
An ounce of
Sounds
shake for
40
like $10
But
bucks.
that's pretty much bullshit, though. A good ounce is probably 80.
For me, shake is like $25 a quart. It's $100 for an ounce of shake.
What?
Yeah.
Right.
For an ounce of the crumble comes off while they're fucking with it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess that's cool at least that they make $100 minimum on the ounce if the shake is selling for $100. You know, because it's still from the store and everything too. That's the way I figure.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't grow weed. I can grow weed. Like, it's legal to grow weed here. I guess I have to have a license to grow weed. I don't know. I'm not gonna grow it. I'm too lazy to fucking grow shit. I pay somebody to mow my yard. I hate yard work.
I don't blame you.
I fucking hate it.
Taking care of a plant's not bad though. You get a hobby for it real quick. You know what I mean? It's like
Man,
your child. You know, the more you play
I
with it,
show
the
up
better
here.
the
Like we
weed's
got a
gonna
third
be.
room. You show up here, we can start growing weeds. There's
Hell
more.
yeah.
There's more. This is a 3-bedroom place, man. I'm living by myself.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how
you
much
live
I
one
already
bedroom,
know.
grow weed in the other bedroom. We'll fucking put lights up and shit. Let's do it. Fucking let's make a grow room. Fuck. No joke, man. It's fucking. I want to grow some weed. It's kind of cool, and mushrooms. But we'll talk about that when you get here.
Shrooms. Oh man, I think I'm too old for shrooms, man.
You're never too old for mushrooms.
Too old for shrooms.
Nah. You know the thing is like
Little
you know how old
pizza.
people smell? You know the old people smell like they smell a certain way, not like you shit your pants smell, but like just a fucking heinous old people smell.
Yeah.
The thing is I read an article the other day, it was like the reason that there's some kind of your skin is coming off your body like because you're old. And there's some of these mushrooms, not the ones that make you fucking freak out, but some of these mushrooms, like you eat them, to make your skin smell better.
Keep going. I'm listening.
Interesting. Boy, it's good. You gonna try that shit. You do some donuts. Do some goddamn donuts. In the cul-de-sac with nobody there. Was delayed.
I'm sorry, man. Hang on. Had to hit the bathroom. Oh shit! Hang on. Let me put him back over here. There we go. Sorry, I turned the.
A major delay.
I'm gonna move the camera around a little bit.
I'm gonna hang up. Well, I'm listening to you though.
All right, man. Yeah, you'd be surprised. I mean, I'm not like a master grower. I still need to, I need to spend a couple more seasons learning what I'm doing. But I know enough about it that I can make something. We could fill up a fucking couple quart mason jars of what I grow. We could buy like a seed, right? One seed for like less than $20, and you get like a whole fucking 6 ounces out of it. But here's outside of the cul-de-sac right here. I don't know how much you're even gonna be able to see, but maybe I could turn the flashlight on. But here's got the car pulled off the road a little bit. Pulled off the road. And then this little cul-de-sac, I don't know, maybe I can turn the light on this one too. Flashlight, camera in use. I can't turn on flashlight because the camera's in. Oh, well, I can do it like this then, right? Yeah. There's the moon and tree line. Not sure how much we're going to be able to see. But pretty much, yeah, this cul-de-sac, I'm like, there's the car back over there. There's like no houses out back here. I was like, oh, fuck yeah. There is a fence. There is a fence over there. So I'm like, but I'm not going to fuck with, I'm not going to go anywhere. I figured I wouldn't even come off the easement off of the side of the road. You know what I mean? It was kind of crazy. I pulled up. Seeing a spot like this, almost would think that there'd be somebody already camping here. You know what I mean? Somebody else in their car, their van, or whatever. Yeah. Pretty much just, yeah, that's the whole cul-de-sac. There's not really, the flashlight can only do so much, but I'm walking around the perimeter of the cul-de-sac. But This is the fence that they have up, basically. So I know, that's like right off the road here. But honestly, I would just stay on the pavement as much as possible. Because it's a paved county road. Because I don't think the neighborhood would have paid to pave this road. They would have made the county do that. But then you see, like, there's no electric line. Well, you can't see, but there's no electric lines out here. So you'd still be paying to, like, hook it up into the electrical grid. If I were to buy, like, boom, like that, buy a breaker right there. I don't know. Toads fine. What's good, John? How you doing, man? What kind of animals are in the grass swamp? Like, we got armadillos, we've got possums, we've got raccoons, like pretty much, American animals. You might see black racers, you might see ratters, deer, I don't know, bunny, you have rabbits and shit. There's some people, you were to, like, catch a rabbit, you could catch a rabbit or whatever. You could sell it for, like, probably $40. I mean, I think at least $25. You could just be trapping rabbits. If you're really good at what you're doing, say you could trap like 8 rabbits a day, $200. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. But here's this road, like at the end of the cul-de-sac. There's the car back over there. Look at the headlight. That little bit of light, that's the headlight. The ambient light in the car. But anyway, this road, the end of the cul-de-sac, the pavement changes even. You know what I mean? Like, this is all freshly paved. And then you hit this is like paved like 20 years ago or something. You know what I mean? So the pavement changes. This one road to get back here is like this. And then when you get back here, this cul-de-sac is paved. Like, like they just did it in the last 5 years or something. Maybe 20-year-old or something. I don't know. I don't think it's quite that old. Could be. But this road's so old, there's grass growing through the middle of it. You know what I mean? That few of people drive down this paved road. So I don't know. When I found this spot, I was like, dude, this is it. Something's in the woods over there. But I don't know. At least there's a fence. There's the same fence over here too, which is weird. There's like fence around the whole perimeter, but there's still a road that goes into here, and then it's a county road because there's a green street sign with it's like a named road. You know what I mean? A named street. I'm not on somebody's like private property or something, But anyway, and there was no trespassing sign anywhere. So I'm on this side of the fences. There's no trespassing sign. I'm good. And then where I'm at, I don't even have to worry about a car passing by in the morning. There's some traffic on that other road, but that's because it's like a major highway, connects these other 2 major highways together. But anyway, still got the car for sale if anybody's interested. Hasn't gone down in price yet. Yeah, out here, just living, man. You know what I mean? End of the day, still living. Big Dipper's still up there. I'm still down here. So, I guess I'm supposed to build some more. But anyway, I'm going to turn the flashlight off on this. I don't think it's doing. It was doing a little bit. Okay, it's doing a little bit. But I'm still going to turn the flashlight off. We'll leave the Bluetooth on for whatever reason. 10 viewers. Whoa. That was weird. But I appreciate you hanging out. If it's your first time hanging out, I'm Florida Swamp Monkey. I don't want to show you my face right now. Believe me, you probably don't want to see that right now either. But anyway, I'm hanging out. I've been living in my 2007 Toyota Corolla since September. Just been, just doing my thing, trying to basically working 3 jobs between the YouTube, and I work at a parts store, and I work for Uber as well. But I'm hoping, maybe I can get rid of one of the other 2 because of YouTube. Feel like I got the potential. Maybe I could be the mixed Jack Black or something like that. Some people pop in here, they're like, oh my God, it's Timu Jack Black. So I don't know. I've been kind of running with that just a little bit, not too much. But if I run with it too much, the universe will bite me back. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we dropped from 10 to 7. You know what I mean? I shouldn't even have brought it up. But anyway, what we got here? Good spot, yo. Catch a spider. Is there snakes? There's not really too many snakes. And then, I'm Irish, so snakes don't really fuck with me too much, because of St. Patrick and all that. But anyway, I'm a Merc peeps on the net. You got it, man. You're all right, man. All my love. I love you too, man. But yeah, I don't know if I want to get rid of the auto parts job all the way yet. It is just kind of bullshit at the same time, but it's easy. It's the easiest fucking job I've ever fucking had, working in this auto parts place. Now that schedule kind of bent around to where it's better for me. I'm not just, because it's not like I'm in my 20s anymore. I can't just work, I don't know. Like, I feel like, now that I'm in my 30s, I'm more in control of my own time than I was in my 20s. Especially now because I can actually see through the dollar better than I do now. Did then. But I don't know. So just doing my thing. Like, once I get out of debt, there's really not much to worry about anymore. Whatever happens, I don't know. I would like to ultimately get the fuck out of this country, because I don't really think this is a good place for your grandkids. If you're young enough. Well, I mean, you might still be able to raise kids, or do, you might be able to make enough money where you could still raise a decent family or whatever. But I don't think it's really going to be a place you really want your grandkids to be. If we make it that far without being targeted. I don't know, man. But yeah, I do honestly, I believe in aliens at the same time as well. Like I don't say that they necessarily created Earth, but I think they exist in the universe that we exist. Like, they exist in the universe alongside of us. You know what I mean? The one thing that kind of hits me with the Scientology aspect of things is how they want to go to Xenu, or whatever, however you pronounce his name. No disrespect. Because if that's your God, then that's your God. Whatever. You know what I mean? But I don't think that there's just one supreme ruler. If there is a society, if there is an alien race above us, I don't think that they would be dumb enough that there would be one ruler. I think there would be a council. So I think when L. Ron Hubbard talks about all that, one ruler type of shit, I don't follow that. And the same thing with like the souls thing. He basically wants to say that only humans have souls. He basically tries to say, like, a catfish doesn't have a soul, or a fox doesn't have a soul, or your dog doesn't have a soul, or he's basically trying to say only humans have souls because there's like some kind of recycle system or something going on. I don't know. But you know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit more far-fetched. You know what I mean? Like, we could almost agree that maybe an alien created our star, and then afterward, the dust particles of that creation, they didn't even know they were going to create humanity. Maybe. You know what I mean? They probably just were like fucking around and trying to fuck around, learn, like, figuring out fusion more. You know what I mean? And then ended up creating a whole other planet off the ashes of them trying to perfect fusion. I don't know. But I mean, like, we're here. Like, cars dominate our life. In my generation, I almost see like you know, I don't know. The car is God. You know, your car fucks up. Your car, your car's gone, or say it got repossessed, or one thing or another, your car's broke. Your whole life is upside down. You know what I mean? So like in a more of like a realistic mindset, the car is kind of your God. It's fucked up, but I can't believe we made society, bend around a piece of technology as much as that. I don't know. I'll stop with that. But I don't know. I'm just here, man. We're all on like this fucking black parade. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, you can't win from a losing position. I'm not trying to be like a winner. I don't know. It's like I've just, I don't know. You just gotta, it's all about acceptance too. In the same style, I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't know what they expected me to do with like a 1975 Ford Gremlin for a body. It's like, I don't know what kind of sexual market value I'm supposed to provide. I don't know. We're chilling. I'm gonna turn off this flashlight. However, if I can figure that out. There we go. Then I'm back. That's the guy. Anyway. Like, I believe in aliens because I feel like if God created Earth, then, what's to say he didn't do it again? Like, oh, that was pretty cool. Let me see if I can do it again. Like, I don't know. You think like, you can get bored and make more? Like, y'all are moving too slow. I need something else to watch. And even like, I don't know, kind of like put that like in a competitive kind of state. Like if aliens weren't there, you know what I mean? It like we have something to compete against. You know what I mean? If aliens weren't there, there'd be nothing to compete against. You know what I mean? Um, like for instance, if the moon wasn't there, right? If the moon wasn't there, the stars would probably be too far away that we wouldn't be as far developed into space science as we have, right? But like the moon is like the perfect taunt because it's so close that it's like, come on, come on, like come on, come on, come over here. But if there was no moon and there was only stars, right? The stars would be too far away. We wouldn't be as far into space as we are today without the moon as the taunt that it is. You know what I mean? And then granted, there's other things that would be out of whack without a moon. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna get into all that because I don't know enough about it. But yeah, I know enough. Like the wind causes, or the earth, the moon, the moon causes the wind or something like that. And because the wind patterns, that's what causes like high and low tide. At least from my general understanding of all that. I could be dead wrong, but that's the information that I've gathered from talking to people throughout my life. Is that the moon is responsible for the wind, and then the wind is responsible for the tides. So I'm throwing in the towel. Don't DoorDash for tonight. It's early, man. It'd be early over there on the West Coast, man. You stopping already? You must have hit your mark already. Or maybe you didn't hit your mark, but you changed your mark. like I wanted to make 200, but I guess I'm gonna stop at 150. Which I get it, man. Sometimes it'd be like that. Because sometimes like over the weekend there's like an influx of drivers too. You plan on making more money, but then there's 3 times as many drivers and you make the same anyway. It's like just you got to kind of get in that like spend less ahead of, if you do count your chickens ahead of time like I do, spend less. Like I don't know, don't plan on making the whole 100, just plan on making like 40. Like at least go make the 40. Oh, I started at 315. No, you could quit if you're done. I get it. You know, fucking a long day is a long day, and you work a whole other job on the side too. You know what I mean? Like, well, this is the side. You know what I mean? This is just the side. Like that. This is just the side gig. Don't let it fucking take advantage of you. You know what I mean? You could clock out whenever you want. Yeah. This is in addition. But might add some new viewers. I don't know. It surprised me. It was all the way up to 10. There was 10 people that popped in here. As late as it's been into the stream and shit too. I think that's because of Crunk though. You know what I mean? Honestly. And the most views I get is normally like 7. You know what I mean? I've had 6 people kind of coming and going, 7 people killing me. I hit a new max of 10. Thank you, Crunk, man. I appreciate it. Even a couple of quick phone calls. I get it, man. We're gonna figure out this game thing. There's some kind of game thing built into here. Like we could play some kind of wheel. We could play some kind of basketball. There's some kind of cards game. There's some kind of draw climber. Some kind of sandwich building game. Some kind of Frogger looking game. Some kind of pool. Some kind of trivia looking game. Yeah. A trivia game might be pretty good. But I'd probably, I'd come in last. I got one more beer, and it's still pretty cold. I'm thinking I should drink it, but I got a bunch of this left too. Just went to the bathroom. I feel like I need to go to the bathroom again. But anyway, that's what these tests are for. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. You know what I mean? We got 130. Got 130. Yeah, 10 concurrent viewers. 10 concurrent viewers. Which sometimes it'll jump. You know what I mean? Sometimes it'll say, like, oh, I got 29. Sometimes it'll tell me like 41. You know what I mean? But that was a while ago. I think my channel's been demonetized since then. I feel like, you know what I mean? Like there was a time a while ago where I'd go live and like sometime in the first 10 minutes it would pop in. There'd be like 29 people. You know what I mean? But I think it was like all like one big viewing party. You know what I mean? Because the 29 would pop and the 21 would go. It wouldn't be like a couple would hang. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So it made me think of like, oh, there must be a whole viewing party that just kind of like went and left. But I don't know. Like I try to, like when people pop in, I try to like let them know, hey, this is what's going on. This is the idea of this channel. This is what you're like. Because some people pop in and like, like, what's this guy got going on? What's this guy's deal? So I try to tell them as quick as I can, like 20 seconds. Like, hey, I've been living in my car since September. Help me out. If you've ever given a homeless man $1, subscribe to my channel. Hang out till I make it to 1,000. And if you see me at 1,000, then unsubscribe. Just help me out till I get there. Just subscribe, and don't even watch the stuff if you don't like it. You know what I mean? Just subscribe. If you've ever given a homeless person $1, it's the same thing. It's for free. Just the $1, just ignore, right? The amount of attention you have to spend to just ignore my videos is $1. But you didn't have to spend the $1 either. But yeah, I try to say it as quick as I can, and like sometimes it'll flip from like 1 to 0, 1 0 1 0 1 0. And the one thing that's pissing me off, man, I'll be horizontal, right? I'm horizontal. I'm not vertical, right? So you didn't just like stumble across me while you're thumbing through people, right? You had to click on it. I'm horizontal, right? You know, they click on it, they're on it for like 2 seconds, and then they're gone. And I'm like what? I'm like, that made no fucking sense. I'm like, because in my thumbnail, you see a picture of me. The fucking title is DoorDash. It's a dash cam, right? So you see a dash cam, you see a picture of me. I don't know if it's maybe people that pop in and they thought it was just gonna be a quiet dash cam, like just a dash cam with no noise. You know what I mean? That's the only thing I could think of. You know, because like I go to talk, and as soon as I go to introduce myself, they're out. And I'm like, well, then what the fuck did you click on this for? You had to click on this. Like, it's not like you stumbled across this while you're scrolling. You know what I mean? Like, you clicked on this to open it up to see, you know, because I'm fucking sideways. You know, I don't know. But for one reason or another, that's been happening all week. It's driving me fucking nuts. I'm sitting there, I'm like, are you fucking stupid? Like, what did you expect? What did you expect when you clicked on this? You know, that I'm not meeting that expectation, that you're gone in 2 seconds, you know? Like, tell me what it is. It's like, I can't fix it if you just keep leaving. But yeah, I appreciate you. Even y'all stopping. And like, I know you're gonna have other things to do. I know I'm live like 50 or 60 hours a week right now. You know, I don't intend on y'all being here all the time, but try to pop in for the Saturday show. You know what I mean? We'll make the Saturday show like the highlight of the channel. It even already is. You know what I mean? But you know, I don't expect y'all to have to hang out for 5 hours or whatever. Those of y'all that are, keep doing what you're doing. Because honestly, the channel is popping. It's, you know, I'm gonna probably hit 1,000 hours in a month view time from the people that are dedicated and watching, you know, just because I don't know, even if they're listening without watching, you know. But I thank y'all for that, you know what I mean? Because like this wouldn't happen without that, you know. I really do. I mean, I don't know who y'all are, but you know, I'd kiss your feet, you know, being here with me from this part in the channel, you know, and here through thick and thin, you know. But yeah, do a shot of fire. All right, man, here we go. Only because I just read that now. I'm doing it right now. Don't look behind the curtain. I gotta go pee again real quick. Yeah, the cash tips are nice too. I take the cash tips, I spend them on Polar Pops because there's one store I can go to. If I use cash, I save another 4 cents. The way they round down without, you know, because they got rid of the penny, right? If I go to this one store, the way the county works with the taxing and all that, they charge you 84 cents instead of 86 cents. And because they charge you 84 cents, you round down paying cash and then you pay 80 cents. So I save 6 cents to go to that one particular store if I have cash. I'm that Hebrew. But yeah, man, it's just kind of crazy to me, man, because like I'll be talking about some real shit. You know what I mean? I'll be talking about some real shit. Like I might have a stupid opinion on it, but I'd be talking about some real shit. You know what I mean? Like every now and then, you would have saw people popping in here and be like, "Hey, I don't know who you are, but I've been listening to you for like 3 minutes and I just subbed." You know what I mean? It's crazy how I don't see more of that. You know what I mean? But I get it, for like one reason or another. You know what I mean? Y'all are like literally supporting a troll that lives underneath a bridge at the same time. So I understand part of it too. I just hope to not. I hope to not be here forever. I can go from living underneath a bridge to living in a castle, a small castle. You know what I mean? But still. But yeah, I've always been trying to get into like media or TV production or even being a camera guy. But I feel like I make a pretty good like co-host. I'd be, I don't think I'm like a host. I don't think I'm a host. You know what I mean? But I think I'm like a good sports guy or something. But I don't fucking like sports either. You know what I mean? Like, he's not the host. But he's really good, And I'm not a weather guy either, because I'm not, I can't do all that, I'm not that intelligent. Or I could be the weather guy. I'm like I'm like the sports guy, but I'm not into sports either. You know what I mean? Here we go. We're going live. We're going live to Swamp Monkey with the word on the street. Just like, well, word on the street is we got a tropical storm coming through right now. A 35-mile-an-hour wind gust. If y'all were here earlier, you're probably laughing now. Whoever was the one you were earlier, they're probably laughing their ass off. I don't know what's going on. We got like a tropical storm going on right now. 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Lightning everywhere. It's just a normal 4 o'clock storm in Florida. Look at 6 viewers chilling. If you haven't yet, double tap the screen. Just go tap on the glass, please. Tap. Honestly, it helps new people find the channel, which is the main thing that I'm after. Is I lost my car keys somewhere. Okay, back pocket. All right. I don't know how why they're in my back pocket. I have no fucking clue. I'm just that drunk, I guess. Tap on the glass.
Normal voltage.
I don't know.
Waiting connection. Bluetooth connection success.
I hate asking y'all, you know what I mean? I hate being one of those guys. It's like, oh yeah, please like and subscribe. You like and subscribe. And that's when I get to 1,000, I'm not fucking doing it. I'm not doing it at all. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not doing it. It'd be nice to make it to 20 or like 30,000 subs, but I'm not asking after 1,000. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna spend minutes in my film doing that shit. 411. Wow. You made 411 dashing. 19 deliveries for Uber. God damn. I signed up for one too. I was like, what is he talking about? And I was like, oh, sign up for Quest for next week. I have to do 60 deliveries between Monday and Friday, which I'm hoping I can even do out here in this small town. That's why I didn't sign up for more than that, because I was like, 60 feels about the most I can do. And I tried looking at the difference of like, okay, so they're basically I was looking at like, okay, so 10. If I do 10 deliveries, they're going to give me an extra $11 for doing 10 deliveries. So they're giving me like $1.1 bonus to do that $10 quest. And then the $20 quest or something, like the 20 delivery quest, you get like $1.3 or something. I was looking at it like that. I was like, okay, well, at this point, they're giving an extra $2 per. So $2. So they already give you $2 per trip. Plus, they're going to give you another $2 per trip for 60 trips, basically. You know what I mean? That's the way I was looking at it. And then it said something about like another 10 after that. So if I end up doing 70, I get another like $28 or something. You know what I mean? So I get $101 to do 60 trips or something like that. And if I end up doing 70, I get another 28. Yeah, whatever. I said it twice now. Podunk Midwest Town. That's crazy that you made that much, though. That's crazy. Yeah, like my area. My area's not too bad. Sorry for this. Turn that down a little bit. I don't know why it sounds so staticky. It's plugged in. It's connected. Anyway, man. Selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for some bullshit pay, so I can sit right here and drink my life away. It's a damn shame. Why am I seeing so much of this dude? Fucking, it's crazy. Like, if y'all watch WWE, I don't. I really don't. I watched some of the old matches started popping up on, stuff. Some stuff in the feed stuff like, some of the old matches I've been watching because I watch like, fucking the Armageddon, fucking Hell in the Cell, Kurt Angle, Triple H, and fucking, Stone Cold and The Rock and The Undertaker, fucking the whole crew and the fucking watching that stuff. And so now I'm getting fucking stuff in my feed about the Danhausen guy. If you know anything about him, it's just crazy to me. It seems like he's like the biggest star in the WWE right now. Like he's The Rock, basically. This Danhausen guy is The Rock. Basically, like, granted, he's not The Rock because The Rock was his own dude. He's the most electrifying man in sports entertainment. Nobody can top that. But this Danhausen guy is like number one in the WWE right now, basically, for like people like. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy that he's like equal to The Rock, kind of in that aspect. Because like The Rock in like 2000, he wasn't like the same Rock. You know what I mean? He was still The Rock, but he wasn't. Nobody knew he was gonna be like, bigger than fucking Will Smith. You know what I mean? Nobody knew The Rock was going to be bigger than Will Smith in 2000. You know what I mean? The Rock was still cool. He did his shit. He busted ass. But yeah, nobody knew he was going to be bigger than like Will Smith, bigger than fucking, yeah. Maybe. Some people probably did. But I didn't quite think he was going to like be outside of, I mean, I think he probably would have done a couple movies. But I don't think he was going to, I didn't think he was going to be like fucking as big as fucking somebody's like really big to have in a movie. He's like almost like having Samuel L. Jackson in your movie. Like having The Rock in your movie is almost like having Samuel L. Jackson in your movie. The amount of hype that it puts on that movie. You know what I mean? He might not be quite Morgan Freeman level. But like if Morgan Freeman's in your movie, you're gonna make money just off of Morgan Freeman being in your movie. You know what I mean? Same thing with Samuel L. Jackson. Same thing with The Rock. Maybe the shittiest fucking movie. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say any by name, but we all know The Rock has made, a couple movies that were like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say, it wasn't the Gridiron Gang. Anyway. It wasn't one of the obviously good ones. But yeah. Sometimes you're doing things just for the money. You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta do things just for the money. Hang on, let's see what's going on. Do you listen to any rap song? I don't quite too much. I don't really quite prefer it. I like more of a slow, chill, like cruise control type of music, But I do like I did make like a R&B song on the fucking the AI bullshit. You know what I mean? And it came out pretty good. It came out, I like the tone on it. I like the fucking flow on it. You know what I mean? It came out pretty good. But no, I don't like these new rappers. Nah, I ain't gonna listen to their shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. I would never. I'll leave the. I will leave the room as fast as I can. If not something like, I don't know who. It'd be like a certain. Like, okay, let's say it was Jay-Z Blueprint. Jay-Z. Okay, let's say Jay-Z Blueprint like 5, right? If he's got like Blueprint 6 or something, right? I don't know which one he's on, right? But let's say if it's not before Jay-Z Blueprint 5, the rapper, right? I ain't gonna fucking listen to him at any point in my life. I guarantee you. They would have to seriously change what's going on with rap music right now for me to want to fucking listen to him. And unless it's fucking like Eminem or Lil Wayne or you know Snoop. Snoop still makes some good shit. You know what I mean? Um, like I'll put on some Snoop right now, but they won't let me. You know what I mean? That But yeah, all these young rappers.
Normal
No,
voltage.
no, I don't fuck with any of that.
Waiting
I hope I
connection.
never fuck with any of that.
Bluetooth
You know what I
connection
mean?
success.
I don't know which direction music is going either. Like as to because I don't really listen to rock either. Like new rock, I couldn't tell you what's going on with rock and roll right now. I wouldn't be able to tell you like any name of any band. And the same thing with country music too. Like I know Luke Combs because I hate Luke Combs because he fucking did a karaoke version of the song Fast Car by Tracy Chapman, I think her name was, right? So he did a karaoke version of her song, and then he made a quick $1 million fucking dollars, right? To karaoke over her own song, and then he didn't even change the he's to she's, or she's to he's, like because he was a man singing a song to a woman. No, he was a man singing a song to a man, like basically in the way that I don't know. So I don't know something the way the song he didn't even change. He didn't like he karaoke'd it, and then he didn't even actually like fucking change the pronouns on it to where it would actually sound appropriate. You know, I don't know. And not that I'm like anti-LGBT. If you want to be, you be. Whatever you want to be. That's what you want to be. You go ahead. You do it. Honestly, like I say, if I wish I could bite the bullet and be gay, because I probably would have a way better sex life than me trying to be straight. You know what I mean? Just flat out. The amount of game that we're fucking playing with these women, over them crossing their legs or not. We literally build houses because, But anyway, I don't know. Yeah, I did use the AI music. It came up with some good shit here earlier. Like this one, I don't know if you've heard it yet. It's on the Discord channel. If you want to check in the Discord channel, like as soon as I make one of these songs, I'm gonna put it on the Discord channel. Like any kind of feedback at all, I'll know whether the crowd actually likes it or not. But till then, as far as I know, all I got is Noob. Noob's the only one that really comments on the songs. Like lets me know like he's amped up when he hears them. You know what I mean? But this one, I think it's an R&B sound. I told it. I said go make it real. I think it did slow. I can't remember what kind of mood I gave it. Maybe it'll still show me. Nah, I can't remember. I think I gave it more of a slow, but like a chill, happy. I guess I think that's what I went with. Slow. I think I definitely went with slow and chill, and it probably more of like a motive. I don't know. I can't remember what, because you can pick like 3 moods basically, 3 moods that you want the AI to like represent in the song, and then you pick a genre, right? You can't mix genres, which I think like why can't you have an acoustic pop song, or a rock Latin song, or a fucking indie jazz, or a fucking folk reggae song, or fucking you know what I mean. But you can do one of the one, one of the one. But anyway, this is the song that AI came back with after put R&B down, and I wanted lyrical R&B, lyrical and something else. I put lyrical because I was like, yeah, I want to put out as many fucking lyrics as it can. You know what I mean? Because it's a rap, it's an R&B. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, let's see what it's gonna say. So I did lyrical, and I did, I think I did slow and lyrical, because I don't know, I like more of like a cruise control type of, just like fire her up and put her in cruise control. We're already all working, we're doing our thing, we're moving. Like why does we don't really need to worry about metrics anymore. As long as we're all working. This is what it came back with.
Caught beneath the neon of a closed down strip mall sign. Yeah. My dashboard is my office, and I'm always on the line. Yeah. Florida humidity is clinging to the glass, while I watch the midnight shadows and the wealthy people pass. Got a bag of cold fries and a dream that's burning bright, setting up the tripod in the flickering street light. They call me Swamp Monkey, just the name I chose to wear. Documenting every mile and every single prayer. I'm delivering the dinner while I'm chasing down the fame. Yeah. One day the whole world is gonna know my chosen name. Yeah. From the front seat of his Honda to a million silver screens. Yeah.
Okay, that's the only part of it I don't like. The AI did not know that a Corolla was a Toyota, and then they could have said Toyota just as easily. They could have fitted it in the melody. They could have fitted in the melody just as easily as the way that they fit Honda. They could have said Toyota, and in the following line they could have said Corolla, and it would have made beautiful sense. But the AI, the AI is still kind of like 85 on the IQ. It's like the AI is still kind of Forrest Gump on stuff like that. I don't know why. You know what I mean? It can produce a song like this, but it didn't know that a Corolla was under Toyota and the brand. But anyway, I guess from my little bit of car store knowledge, I guess that had to come out.
Man in his Corolla, living out his wildest dreams. Yeah, the screams. Yeah. Just a man in his Corolla, living out his beat of his Honda to a million silver screens. Yeah. Just a man in his Corolla, living out his wildest dreams. Yeah. I'm logging every hustle, every drop of every street, turning struggle into content while I'm barely on my feet. Oh, yeah. Got the cool go on the visor for the morning coffee run. Checking on my analytics, hear the rising of the sun. Logistics of the homeless, places I can park. Finding peace within the silence when the world is feeling dark. I explain the double dash and how the tips are looking low. But I smile for the camera, cause I'm putting on a show. My backseat is a bedroom, and the trunk is for the gear. Yeah, building up an empire while I'm conquering my fear. Yeah. I'm delivering the dinner while I'm chasing down the fame. Yeah. One day the whole world is gonna know my chosen name. Yeah. From the front seat of this Honda to a million silver screens. Yeah. Just a man in his Corolla, living out his loudest screams. Yeah, 10 on vocal Wi-Fi at the library at noon. Yeah. Praying that the algorithm catches on to it soon. Makes me a delivery guy, but see a rising star. Oh, I'm just a drifter living out of his old car. Yeah, oh, glory tell a baby in the world is my own set. The hardest working creator that that you haven't followed yet. Followed yet. I'll keep giving that upload till the numbers start to climb. Oh, trading in my pennies for a legacy in time. I'm delivering the dinner while I'm chasing down the fame. One day the whole world is gonna know my chosen name. From the front seat of this Honda to a million silver screens. Just a man in his Cruiser living out his lavish dreams. Yeah.
Now here's the other version.
Caught beneath the neon of a closed down strip mall sign. My dashboard is my office and I'm always on the line. Florida humidity is clinging to the glass while I watch the midnight shadows and the wealthy people pass. Got a bag of cold fries and a tree that's burning bright. Setting up the tripod and the flickering street light. They call me Sport Monkey, just a name I chose to wear. Documenting every mile and every single prayer. I'm delivering the dinner while I'm chasing down the fame. One day the whole world is gonna know my chosen name. From the front seat of this Honda to a million silver screens. Just a man in his Corolla living out in wild streams. Yeah, I'm logging every hustle every.
But I don't like it. It's too rushed. You know what I mean? The other one was better, at least in the chorus. The chorus was, you know. I wish you could, like, if I had a whole computer, I could tie these two together, you know, make a boom, you know. But yeah, like I liked it, but then when they got to the chorus, they tried to push it too much. I think, you know, they tried to rush it. Yeah, wasn't bad. Not saying I don't like it. Just when the chorus hit, I was like, nah, the other one was definitely better. You know what I mean? Definitely side A.
Our windshield is a portal to the concrete and the gray, scanning every GPS for a better way to pay. For this one monkey, that's the handle on the screen. Living a life in bucket seats, chasing down a dream. Yeah, the steering wheel is peeling, and the back seat is my bed. Got 1,000 video ideas spinning in my head. I'm dropping off the burgers while the city starts to sleep. Counting every nickel that I'm allowed to keep. From the dashboard to the digital, I'm gonna find my light. Streaming from the driver's side to the middle of the night. I'm more than just a courier, I'm more than just a ghost. Moving through the signal lines from the coast to the coast. Yeah, the world's gonna watch me, just you wait and see. Florida swan monkey, yeah, setting my spirit free. I got the tripod mounted on the dusty dashboard trim. Lighting up the cabin when the street lights getting dim. Reviewing every chicken wing and every cold dessert. Doing it for the subscribers, putting in the work. Sometimes the signal drops and the battery runs low, but I'm building up my empire, watching numbers grow. People see a homeless man, but I see a rising star. Broadcasting my reality right from the speed of car. From the dashboard to the digital, I'm gonna find my light. Screaming from the driver's side, dreaming middle of the night. I'm more than just a courier, I'm more than just a ghost. Moving through the signal lines, roller coast to the coast. Yeah, the world is gonna watch me, guess you wait and see. Florida swan monkey, yeah, setting my spirit free. One day the algorithm's gonna pick my name up high. Trade these paper bags for a piece of that blue sky. No more.
All right. Anyway. Yeah, I think I'm losing viewers just playing music like that. So, I don't know. Give me something to talk about. What we got? We talk about anything but the, the Iran situation. I don't mean to laugh at that. I'm just saying, like, I'm laughing at, We can talk about anything but that. What we got here? Well, damn, dude. Almost wish Lotus Biscuits was here, man. Shit. Where's Reba? Where's Reba? Anyway, almost 4 hours live. Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all, some of y'all been here the whole time. Man, hell yeah. I'm gonna try to keep it going as long as I can. You know what I mean? 6 viewers is even better. You know what I mean? But yeah, if I even got one viewer, I'll try to put on a show. You know what I mean? I might sit here and just be like, for 6 minutes while I'm trying to think of something to say. You know what I mean? Because even the one viewer, you know, they've only got so much to say, to, you know, as far as questions to keep me rolling on stuff, you know, keep me talking about something. But yeah, I do appreciate y'all hanging out, man. Appreciate all the love and support, you know. And like I said, I know y'all got other things to do, so even when you pop in and just say, hey, man, how you doing? Hope you're doing good, you know, just popping in and saying that, dropping one little quick comment on the live stream, really, you know, all that little stuff, it's going to be counted up in the long run, you know. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, if I don't end up making it, you know, after a couple of years or whatever, I'll just delete the channel, you know. Nothing really, no harm lost. But yeah, hope it don't come to that. But yeah, I'm not really sure, man. I don't know if the chat's messed up. I'm gonna close it. I don't know. Maybe I should close out of the. I want to check. I got this other phone. I can check real quick. I think. Check to make sure the chat's still working. What? Only 46 views? That's crazy. Only 46 views? That's nuts. There's been a hell of a crowd. Been a hell of a crowd for only 46 views. See, that's what I'm saying. YouTube is not recommending my shit to new people at all. And I put on a hell of a show. Well, at least it's been for the core. You know what I mean? Like, damn, that's kind of crazy. Only 46 views on this, and I'm in vertical. You know what I mean? I'm in vertical. Only 46 views. Like, fuck you, YouTube. God damn, man. Like, fuck. Like, on 46 views, it's like I don't think I got a single new subscriber at all on that. You know what I mean? No offense to y'all. I'm not trying, you know what I mean? I appreciate y'all because, like, I'm really after watch time. But, yeah, I got, like, one new subscriber, and that was Loco. You know what I mean? Which, you know, I appreciate. Love you, Loco, man. Appreciate it. I'm going to subscribe to you. I'm gonna be your first subscriber. And that's cool. He's got, like, yeah. Cool, man. Hell yeah. And yeah, he's not even subscribed to like, he's not subscribed to like 100 fucking people or nothing. So yeah, his subscription, that's a lot to have. Yeah. But yeah, says I got 3 or 4 watching, 1 new subscriber at least, man. Hell yeah. And this last guy, man, he's pretty cool, man. I'm gonna check him out one day. If I ever get the money where I can go out deep sea fishing, I'm gonna hit this guy up. This would be the dude to do it with.
Guitar for the day, gorgeous. And then I found this big fish, a big fish. What up, big fish? Yo.
Anyway, all right. That's good, man. Hell yeah. It's gone quiet. Yeah, it got quiet, man. Maybe Crux watch him, get him to call one more time. Pop it up a little bit. But I think this time of night, it just dies. I know based on the analytics that I do have so far on this channel, it's crazy. The majority of the views I get are like between 6 and 7. Oh, god damn it. Between 6 and 7 p.m. The majority of the views that I get. Yeah. It's like a lot of just people that are online. More people are online, you know, like they get off work or I don't know. The majority of the people that are hanging out watching me going live this late at night. It's like it's different from my whatever, you know what I mean? The crowd of people that I have built at this point, me going live this time of night, you know, I'm kind of keeping them up late. But yeah, it'll be all right. It'll be all right. If they wanted to go, they could go. I'm not holding them here. It's just a smoke sesh, you know what I mean? I'm sitting here. I got this other beer I need to drink still. Probably should. I'm like, I don't even really feel buzzed. I feel kind of buzzed, like you know, like I feel like if I were to blow right now, I'd probably blow like 0.02. I'd probably blow 0.02 right now if I were to blow. I'm still here just eating a sandwich. Hell yeah! Oh god, can you make me one too? Like, is it ham and Colby Jack, or like you got like turkey and Swiss, or what you got? What you got? What kind of sandwich? Now I gotta go to Taco Bell. I gotta wait. I'll wait for McDonald's breakfast. I can wait till after 5. Yeah, 4 hours live. I just want Doritos. Hell yeah. Woody hoo! And that bird's going nuts. Y'all hear it? Y'all hear that bird? That's going off like it's an alarm or something. I think it's an alarm. Is that an alarm? That's an alarm going off. Bro, Brian called. Mayo called Primal Kitchen with avocado oil. This whole inline mayonnaise made with avocado oil. The way that read, it sounds like you're chewing food when you were chewing when you used the text to speech. It sounds like you were chewing actively. The way that read the back. Like you're eating the sandwich and then putting the ingredients away. I hope that's not an alarm. That sounds like a bird. Be a crazy ass alarm. Hell Yeah, I'm all about either Hellman's or Kraft. If you don't have Hellman's, Kraft. If you don't have Hellman's or Kraft, then I guess give me Duke's. Yeah. Oh man. I can't wait. Get the van, and I'll be able to fucking start cooking macaroni and cheese and shit, man. Fucking pan fry up some hot dogs. You know what I mean? Fucking slice up some hot dogs into chips and fucking, yeah, pan fry them bitches up, throw them in the fucking mac and cheese, and that's a meal. Just some hot dogs, and some fucking mac and cheese, a little bit of boiled water. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, some bacon wrapped hot dog. Oh man, they don't have to even be a bacon wrap, man. I'm hungry. Damn, I wish I had something kind of snack in the car. All I got is peanut butter. All I got is peanut butter. I would rather drink some more in place of eating a snack. I'm hungry. I don't have anything to eat, but I do have some more alcohol. That'll work out really well. Oh, man. 2.1, 12.1. We're going until 12.1. Both the phones are plugged in. Because I've been noticing, like, now that I have two phones, man, and plugging them both in off the car battery, it's been hurting the battery doing that. But, like, yeah, like sometimes I'll notice if I have them both plugged in, that's when the voltage will go down. Like the voltage will go down like 11.6. But right now I got them both plugged in, and the voltage is still sitting at 12.2. So it's pretty good. I just turned on the car and everything too. It's already pretty early as far as, because like it's late enough that it's starting to get early now. But yeah. So I'm like really only need the phone, you know. Usually I fire the car back. I have an alarm that goes off. Alarm goes off at 7:30. I wake up and I fire the car back up real quick. Make sure she's gonna start when I'm ready to wake up for the day later on. Fire up the car, make sure she's good, and then usually about 10 or 11 o'clock I wake up for good, and then I either hang out if it's hot. If it's not quite hot enough, I'll hang out in the back seat for a minute, watch some more YouTube, that kind of thing. And then, after if it gets too hot, move back up, move it to the front seat. And it's time to fire up the car and turn on the AC. But yeah. So pretty much it's I don't know. Gotta watch the voltage on the battery because the battery's getting old. About a 5-year-old battery almost. Oh yeah, I felt funny having my phone plugged into my car all day. Got a laptop battery bank that I think I'm gonna bring with me tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, your phone will just die. Yeah, you do Uber for like an hour and a half and your phone's dead if you don't keep it plugged in. Yeah, it's like pretty much your phone's got a tail. Constantly just keep it plugged in. I try to keep it at 100. You know what I mean? I'll let it go down. I'll let it die every now, like once a month. Let it just die all the way. You know what I mean? I feel like it's good for it to die all the way. I don't know why. It's just something I've heard somewhere. At least in that, because it like gives it a hard shutdown. The battery flat out fucking died. It went to 1% and then shut off on you. Then I gotta plug it in. Sometimes it'll take 20 minutes before I can turn it back on again. It's like that dead. I need something that tells me my voltage. Yeah, here, I'll show you what I got. It's a little Bluetooth transmitter. And then it tells me the battery voltage on it. You know what I mean? Just a little Bluetooth, and then like that plugs into my radio. I just turn my radio on to 105.1, and I'm on 105.1, and I play music. You know, that's all. That's all you need. And it tells you, you want one with a voltometer or I don't know what they call it. I think it's a voltometer. There's some other kind of something like that. It might be battery meter, something. You know what I mean? Just think along those lines, and Google should be able to come back with that. What it actually is. But yeah, it is handy because my that's all my electric right now. You know what I mean? That's my electric bill, is watching that voltage meter. You know what I mean? It's like, that's it. And I might be beating the shit out of my alternator at the same time. So my alternator's my electric bill, but an alternator's what? Like 400 bucks maybe, Granted, I'd have to find somebody to do the job and all that stuff too, but like, I work at a parts job. So I work at a parts store. I feel like, an alternator for 400 bucks would be a ripoff. And that's my electric bill. I'm just buying a new alternator. You know what I mean? I gotta buy a new, I gotta buy a new car battery. Get that, pay for that. But yeah, the alternator might be the next thing because it's been trying to hold this battery up for so long. But the battery's fine. It's fine. There's just been a couple times I've been stupid, and I've let it drain itself all the way out. I've had to get a jump to get it back up. But once it gets jumped, just the alternator working. Like I said, the battery's fine. It's been as low as like 7 volts or something like that. It's been low. But yeah, I'll have to get a new battery here shortly. I'm trying to get a new tire first. And the tire's not gone yet, so there's a couple more 100 miles I can put on that one. Yeah, brakes flush, man. That sucked. I think the guy just did mine. Oh yeah. 2 brand new rotors, 2 brand new calipers, and brand new pads all up front. But the rear, I need to get new drums and new drum shoes in the rear. That's why I use my e-brake to stop, because I know I already got to replace my drums, and the rear brakes already need to be replaced. So I try to stop using the rear brakes to save the front, because the front were just replaced. Yeah. Because I'm Hebrew. But yeah, man. That's a beaver? That's what that noise is? That's a beaver? That widow. I don't know. There's like another one going. There's like one over here, and there's another one going off over there now. They're both saying hello back and forth to each other or something. Well, I'm glad it's not like an alarm or something. Tempo changed on it. 4 hours live now. Hell yeah. Gonna be good. Hell yeah. No, it's probably an owl or some bugs. Nah, it's not a bug. A bug doesn't whistle. Bug whistling. Just give me sugar water. Give me sugar water. I'll have to check out, man. I've never even seen Angry Beavers. Never even seen it. I'll have to check it out. Like I've seen of it, and like I know enough about it, but I don't know what the characters' names are. You know what I mean? I didn't have cable yet. I pretty much had like Cat Dog was on its way out when I got cable. Basically, Hey Arnold. I didn't like Hey Arnold at all. I thought Hey Arnold was weird. It's like Hey Arnold would come on, I would change the channel. I'd put on fucking Disney Channel if fucking Hey Arnold was about to come on. Fucking Lizzie McGuire. I mean, what do you got? Hey Arnold or Lizzie McGuire? What are you gonna watch? Hey Arnold or Lizzie McGuire? Like either way, you're going the wrong direction. That's the choices we've had our whole lives. It doesn't matter. Either way, you're going the wrong direction. Hey Arnold. He's just Hey Arnold. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. All right, man. Shut up. Shut up. Oh, hell yeah. The shit that they would do for a quarter. Whew. Dexter's mom was hot. Is it safe to say, because I was young enough at the time, is it safe to say that fucking Dexter's sister was hot too? Because I was young enough at the time, it should be safe to say. No shot. It's like Miley Cyrus is hot, but only when she was Hannah Montana. The shaved head Miley, I don't like. No, personally, I never really thought like Miley Cyrus was hot. I mean, she was hot because she had a vagina, I guess. Kind of. She was kind of hot, but I don't know. I think her friend was hotter, man. The other girl that was with her on the show. I was like, yeah, she would have been more my style. Oh man. Yeah. Pretty much just hanging out. I shouldn't have done that. Now I can't read anything. Something about, yeah, she was, or something like. That's all I could read. Oh man, feet are hurting. Fuck, feet. Oh, they're not hurting that bad, but it's just yeah. I don't know. Oh man. Oh, probably should drink more of that. Oh, all right, I don't know where I'm gonna put this. Let's do one. Yeah, she was fine. Okay. Okay, about Sesame Street. I don't think anybody was hot on Sesame Street. I don't think there's anybody that was hot. Nobody was hot on. You know what? Actually, you know what? What's his name? What's his name? Ernie. Ernie was hot. Sesame Street. Fucking Ernie. Hottest one on Sesame Street. Hands down. Forgot about Miss Piggy, actually. Hang on now. I forgot about Miss Piggy. Shit. At least once. Watch a porn with Miss Piggy in it. Not Ernie. I forgot about Miss Piggy. Sorry. But damn, like imagine like a three-way, right? Three-way, Miss Piggy and the green M&M. Oh man. Three-way with Miss Piggy and the green M&M. Oh man. Oh yeah, you'd be like the Cookie Monster. I bet you would. I bet you'd be like the Cookie Monster in the middle of them. Just in the middle of the two of them, just like. Man, let's see here. Not gonna work. Ah! Ah! It's not gonna work. It's too much. All right. Cookie Monster. It's like what? You never had M&Ms in your cookies? You got your cookie in my M&M. It's your fault. I don't know. Anyway, glad we're hanging out, man. Like 9 weeks. Haven't really hit it. I think the record album, so we're doing good. might have already hit the peak on the channel. Yeah, that's probably about it, guys. The channel's already peaked, man. I thank y'all for watching. That's probably about it, really, though. Watch. That's the bullshit of it. I finally found something I can actually enjoy doing for work. We got 2 in here. Yeah, it was like 5, and then 2, and then 6, 7, and then, 6, 7 enough times, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's okay. Pretty strong viewership of though. It's a Saturday show, so yeah, it's good. It's good. That's what I figured. Saturday. But it's weird, man. Kev ain't popped in at all. He normally pops in at some point during the Saturday show. Hope he's not pissed off at me. But yeah, I can't imagine why he would be. Like maybe I said something offensive about Canadians or something. I don't think I would have said anything that too abrasive to where he would have. I don't know. Maybe though. I don't know, but maybe. I don't think so. I really don't think so. Normally, I don't say too much bad about Canadians at all. I mean, it's not. They're just doing their own thing up there. Trying to get through a winter like anybody else. All right, this bird, for real. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. It's been a half hour. You're over there to where they are. Do they? This bird. It's not working. Anyway, 4 hours, 21 minutes. 21 minutes. And what? Is it really? Should be better. I don't know. Maybe it's changing cell towers or something this time of night or something. I don't know. I'm not moving. You know what I mean? The car's not even. We're sitting here. Nobody's in the driver's seat. I was waiting to see if I could catch a ghost. Nobody's in the driver's seat. No, okay, no ghost. Damn, I thought something was gonna. Full body operation. Here we go. Full body apparition. Half body apparition. Just an orb. How about an orb? Can we get an orb? No orb either. All right. Well, there must not be anything in the front seat. Oh, I thought there might have been a spirit. I think I just saw an orb. I think I just saw an orb. I think I just saw an orb. Did you see that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that was. I'm not sure. All right, man. Well, hell. try not to. I don't know. I don't know. I wanted to, whoa. That scared the shit out of me. It's the roof light. Oh my god, that scared me. I was just trying to see if I can catch an orb. If I could try to catch an orb on film. But no, there's a bunch of dust. That's all I'm catching. Just dust particles. See? Who's that? But yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. I'll probably go live tomorrow at some point. Beeper driving at some point, something like that. And I appreciate y'all hanging out for tonight, and been a pretty good show. Like I said, maybe we can talk crunk, doing some more with us, that kind of thing. Creeping me out, dude. I'm going to bed, man. I'm tired. Anyway, man, I appreciate y'all hanging out, man. I had pretty good viewership, pretty much, you know, a lot of people hanging out for a good minute. Yeah, appreciate y'all showing up. Pretty much, the crowd got here like I was live for 60 seconds, and y'all were here pretty much the whole night. You know, appreciate that. You know, that's all I can do is say thank you at this point. But at least I did say that. You know, I appreciate you hanging out, and I'm gonna try and, you know, take care of some pressure and then go to bed. But yeah. Okay, here's some dad jokes. What did the melon say when his grass looked too dry? Water. Water? And the melon says water. No, I don't know. What did the melon say when his grass looked too dry? Watermelon. Alright. Anyway, yeah, I'm sure you know what I mean by now. I'll see y'all in the next one.